right, good morning, folks. We are just going to give it a minute for our live stream to start working, and we will get started hearing from all of you. All right, looks like that's working. So good morning, everyone. My name is Mel Barnes. I am Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the Chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to go ahead and introduce my fellow board members that are with us this morning, go through a little bit of housekeeping about how today's hearing will work, and then we will get started hearing from all of you. So with us today, we have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. We have Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is Attorney Call's nominee to this board. Judge Kremers served as a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, including as chief judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. And we have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. And we have board member Eric Liberator, who is the incoming Assistant Director of Student Success and incoming Assistant Teaching Professor at Marquette University Law School. He previously served as a supervising attorney at Disability Rights Wisconsin and in the governor's office. And I will just note that neither Mr. Liberator or any of our other board members are here representing their employers or agencies today. Everyone is here in their personal capacity. And we have board member Anthony Cooper Sr., who is the CEO of Focused Interruption, an organization dedicated to interrupting the devastating cycle of violence with the help of the community. He received a pardon from Governor Evers in January of 2021. So those are our board members. A couple of things to note about today's hearing before we get started. First, the hearing is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. For that reason, we'll ask you to please mute yourself and keep your video off until it is your turn to be heard by the board. That way we can focus on the person who's presenting and make sure we get clear audio. If you do run into any IT issues with the Zoom, don't worry. Someone from staff will give you a call and reach out to try to help you troubleshoot. If it means we need to come back to you because Zoom isn't cooperating when it's your turn, we can absolutely do that. Otherwise, we're going to call on folks in the order listed in the agenda and open meeting notice. Each of you will have about 5 minutes total to share your story with the board. We are going to ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions that we sent you in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, those 3 questions are to first, please give us a brief summary of the offense that you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, please give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence. Community involvement, employment, essentially where you're at now in your life and how it's different than the time of your offense. And third and finally, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent 3 minutes speaking to those questions, we'll open it up and see if the board has any follow-up questions for you. Don't read too much into it either way if we do or do not have additional questions for you. We spent quite a bit of time with your application materials before today's hearing, and as you know, those are very thorough. If we do have questions, however, we want to make sure we have time to get to those so the board can make a thoughtful recommendation to the governor. Once you're done with any additional questions we have for you, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. You do not need to hang out all day. And once everyone's been heard, the board will meet in closed session and decide whether or not to recommend your application for a pardon to Governor Evers. You need majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded to the governor, who will then make the final decision about whether or not to grant you a pardon. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing about 1 to 2 months from today. We know you've been patient just to get to hearing day. We thank you for bearing with us just a little bit longer so we can get those recommendations to Governor Evers. With that, we will go ahead and get started with our first applicant of the morning session, which is Gregory Jansen. Mr. Jansen.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm going to get started. I'm going to read it, what I put down here. So when a couple of friends and I broke into storage units and took stereo equipment and guns, we put everything in the trunk of a car and brought them the items to another friend's barn. A few days later, the police figured everything out and brought us in for questioning. I received 60 days in jail, which was Huber, and 3 years of probation because it was my first offense. The restitution was for the locks only because everything that was taken was given back. After the first year of probation, the probation visits were reduced to once a month because I was considered low risk. Since the crime, I have been with my wife for 30 years and married for 28. We have 3 now adult children and 3 grandchildren. I have been working at Veritas Steel for 27 years. Starting at the bottom, I worked my way up the chain to the production manager position. I work overseeing 60 or more employees. I also interviewed and hired the next group of iron workers for our facility. I try to work in a community with the Salvation Army bell ringing during the holiday season. In the summer months, we donate time and help clean up festivals and other events in the area. When my children were growing up, I was an assistant coach for the Little League team. We also donated our hay wagon so we could decorate it for the Memorial Day and Fourth of July parade. I am members of a local church. We donate time to cut the grass in the cemetery a few times a year and general cleanup. There are a couple different reasons why I'm asking for this pardon. I want to state that what I did was wrong, and I'm not trying to justify my actions or act like it was anyone else's fault on my own. At that moment, I didn't know how it would impact my life, and I would give anything to go back in time and change my decision. When my children were younger and in school, I was asked by teachers if I would be willing to chaperone during field trips. Of course, I wanted to, but because of my past, I had to make up some reason why I couldn't. I didn't want everyone judging my children simply because I made a poor decision, and they would have to shoulder that. I would love to do it for my grandchildren eventually. I have had an opportunity to travel at my place of employment, but due to the record and felony charge, I told everyone I could not attend for one reason or another, save myself from the turn down and embarrassment again. My immediate family, they go to Nova Scotia every year, and due to my felony, I've never been able to join on my family's vacations. Also, there's been opportunities for promotions, but because of my past and to avoid the embarrassment, I never applied for them or even tried. If for any reason I would lose my current job, the chances of me getting one like this one would be very unlikely due to my background. I also would like to hunt with my adult sons. This is something I missed out on when they were growing up, and I had to rely on my younger brother to do it with them. It would give me the opportunity to again change it for my grandchildren. I also own a cleaning service. There's been opportunities for the service to grow, but because of the background that I have, there wouldn't be nobody give me a key to get in the building or a code as well. I either didn't even try to get to work or was too ashamed to put a code in. I sincerely regret my decisions that I made at the time and will respect any decisions that are made. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jansen. Questions from the board? Cindy.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Jansen.
Morning.
As part of the application process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support for their application, and you chose not to submit any. Can you tell us why not?
Just probably because I was too embarrassed to ask. Some people don't know it, but I've had issues in the past. Didn't want to bring it up.
Okay. Well, it's very helpful for the board. You want us to see who you are today, and it's very helpful for the board to get letters from family members, neighbors, employers that show who you are today. So I'll just say that for the benefit of others.
Okay, I
Thank you.
apologize.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Jansen, one from me. Did you receive, it's a non-criminal ticket, but an OWI in 2003?
I don't think I was operating while intoxicated.
It looks like a non-criminal OWI as well as open intoxicants in the vehicle. Marathon County, does that sound familiar?
No.
No, that's
No.
not you.
I, I've never been, ever, no. I've never operated a vehicle while I was intoxicated.
Okay, never gotten an OWI.
No, 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 no.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Jansen. That covers it for us. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
I appreciate it. Thank you for your time again.
Thank you. Next up, we have Adrian Aviles. Mr. Aviles?
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Aviles. We can hear you. We can't see you quite yet.
I'm working on that difficulty here. Here we go.
There we go.
Hi, and I want to say you didn't butcher my last name. It sounds good.
Might be the only one today I get right, so thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to present myself in this long time it's been coming. You want me to start right away?
Yeah, those three questions. If you can spend 3 minutes on
Okay.
those, and then we'll see what else we have for you.
Back in 2005, I was in Lincoln Hills, and I just turned 17, and I got into a fight with another inmate. I was put on probation. I'm currently 38 years old, a father of four. I completed anger management. I've done AODA, done community service. I've been sober for 10 years. I'm steadily employed, currently involved in my children's sports programs. And I continue my time with working and volunteering. On why I deserve a second chance is because the incident that occurred doesn't reflect who I am today as a person, as a father, as a man. I was a child at the time, and don't make any excuses for what happened. We all have choices and decisions, and in life you have to make the best ones. And even with the situation, it's been 21 years. I still to this day I work on myself, becoming a better person in the society that we live in. Um, Back to so at the time, it was a long time ago, and the consequences reflect that those actions have almost like tainted my life to a point to where I mean it had defined who I am today as far as like learning from those experiences. But I would like a second chance so I could be a part of more involved in part of my life with my children as far as coaching and volunteering more. But yeah, that's what I got.
Thank you, Mr. Aviles. Questions from the board? Eric?
Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to talk with
Good
us
morning,
today.
sir.
It looks like as part of your sentence, you completed a victim impact program.
Yes,
Could you
sir.
reflect on what you learned from doing that?
So uh, I learned that basically in that program that it was a while back that what I did was totally wrong, and not everyone has things going on in their lives, and it didn't at that point it was basically about me, and I didn't realize what effect that I had to the victim. So and I accepted full responsibility for those actions. I wrote a victim letter to the victim and apologized, and even after the fact we became friends. And before I got let out of Lincoln Hills, I was friends with him. Um, but just basically, all the things that decisions and choices that you make reflect other people, and it's just not about you. It's about being doing the right things at the right times.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Cindy?
Good morning, sir. I just want to follow up on the crime for which you're seeking a pardon today. You said it was a fight with another inmate.
Yes.
Isn't it true that you and another really attacked this person? You were convicted of battery by a prisoner. I mean, that's not a fight, that's an attack.
Looks like he froze.
Hmm.
To me,
Oh,
I'm not making.
Mr. Alves, we lost you for a second there. You
Oh,
froze. Could you just start
sorry.
the answer over?
So, and more backstory to it. How it started was the victim exposed his genitals to me, and not making excuses for what I did. My actions were totally wrong at that moment. I didn't know at that age, at that time, it would reflect my future. Um, it was never planned. If you read through the victim statements or the statements of these individuals, this person joined himself. It was never planned, and that's how that went. I don't make excuses. I was wrong for it, and I accept accountability for my actions.
Right. Well, the criminal complaint says that this victim disrespected the Gangster Disciple Gang, and this was a gang hit. This wasn't a fight.
Yeah, no, this was what somebody else stated. There was no involvement in no gangs or anything like that.
Okay.
That person wrote that, and those are children writing those statements. I ain't in no part of no gangs or no G's. That was in there, but that was what that person wrote about when they
Okay.
asked them the question.
So you're saying he exposed himself to you, and for that you attacked him.
Yes,
Okay. Thank you.
and that was it's 21 years in the making, and that does not define who I am today.
Judge Kremers, did you have a question?
Yes. So in 2016, you got arrested for, it looks like you had charges against you for a number of things, including a misdemeanor domestic abuse battery, intimidating a victim. The charges were all dismissed, it looks like.
Yes.
Not clear about the obstructing an officer. What happened in that situation?
So, me and my significant other were basically, we were just starting in our relationship. We had a 1-year-old daughter, and we had disagreements. And also, I don't make excuses for what happened. It was a learning experience. We're still together today, to this day. And basically, we had an argument, and the police were called, and I was taken out of the home, and we're still together. We 5 years in buying our home here, and that's how that went.
All right. And then my other question is, you had a number of probation violations
Yeah.
between 2006 and 2011 or 12, including, and your probation was revoked, it looks like, at least twice.
Yes.
Is that all correct?
Yes.
What,
So
what was going on there?
Yeah, so what happened was my juvenile superseded my adult. So I was basically still on juvenile papers, coinciding with what happened at Lincoln Hills would cause me to have the felony. So those violations were numerous violations at a young age. I was living in Green Bay basically by myself. I was like 18 years old, and I'm 38 years old now, and just basically learning experiences that that I had to work through.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Jerry?
The 2011 probation violation was for a felony. What was that about?
A felony? What was the felony?
I don't know. I'm asking. Do you remember that?
No, I was never charged for any felony.
No, you weren't charged, but they you violated your probation by committing a felony.
Yeah, I never committed a felony.
Okay.
Yep.
And how old were you when you went to Lincoln Hills?
Ooh. I want to say at that age, I was around 13 or 14 years old.
Okay. And did you go to Lincoln Hills from Milwaukee?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
And what was the underlying offense that got
So,
you sent to Lincoln Hills?
so basically, as a juvenile, I had a rough upbringing. Um, I basically had a rough childhood, and I was involved in a lot of different things, drinking, smoking at a young age, and I stole a bike. I think it was like my first crime, and I got charged, and I went to detention center, and basically that's how it basically started. I went up there for 3 to 5 years um, on a state sentence, and I violated my probation, and they sent me to Lincoln Hills.
I'm a little surprised that you got sent to Lincoln Hills for stealing a bike.
Yeah. So that basically I had that. I got caught with marijuana. And it just kept spiraling after that.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Aviles. Appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Kasalawanski Harris. Mr. Harris?
Yes, ma'am. How you doing?
Excellent, how are you?
I'm well. I'm Kayla Wansky Harris. I'm originally from Kenosha, Wisconsin. First of all, I want to thank you all for what you guys do in the community and the sacrifices you guys make to keep everyone safe. Um, uh, I am remorseful for what I've done at the age of 16. It's 30 years ago, December 1996. Childhood friends and I were walking in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and we come up with a brilliant, dumb idea, that we can try to steal a car. So we go down to a garage shop where they repair cars, and we're trying to steal a car. And well, officers pulled up at the time. I was in a vehicle, and I was putting change all in my pocket and things like that. And officer, he comes going after one of the other kids. I get out of the car and he's like, someone's telling me to run. I'm standing next to this tree and I just freeze up. So the officer comes, grabs me by my shoulder, and then he searched me. I have like two screwdrivers, two or three screwdrivers, which considered burglary tools. So upon going to court in my as a juvenile, my public defender was arguing probable cause for the search, and so the judge had me be on understand. I tell everything was going on, and I'm found guilty, right? Because DA can prove mens rea. So I'm found guilty, and as we was leaving out, the courtroom was kind of clear. The ADA, assistant district attorney, she approaches me with a plea deal, which wait to waive until adult court, or go to Lincoln Hills. So I didn't understand the decisions that I was making and how it would affect me today. So I waived me. So I got 5 years probation, and I was told, the same day, she turned around and asked the judge to see if he had some time. So he went on ahead and sentenced me. But the only issue that I have even now in appeal was that it amended down to a lesser charge. So that's an appeal right now. I'm about to send my appellate brief probably in the next 40 days. Because now we have double jeopardy was activated, which is Breed versus Jones. Because they never meant to charge down. Meanwhile, back then, so I did get revoked off my probation. I was raised in a single home. My mother, she tried to tell me, right? So being hard-headed, I didn't listen. So from there, I did get revoked. I was sent to the Department of Corrections. I believe I had to serve altogether. I think I did like 2.5 years, 30 months. I think it was 30 months. So I think I did like 2.5 years. Then from there, when I was released, still probably troubled in my issues of fighting myself because I had identity crisis. I was out in the streets doing some things I shouldn't have been doing, and we was at a hotel party. And from the hotel party, a young girl, she was there at the party. This is something. This is another thing I have in appellate court, by which. Can you guys still hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. By which I had sexual intercourse at the age of 23 with the 16-year-old girl. About a month, maybe close to 2 months later, the mother contacted me, and she was adamant about knowing that the girl lied about her age. At this hotel party, everybody was bring your own bottle type of age. So I broke it off with her. 6 months later, I was with my girlfriend, who is now my ex-wife, and she tracked us down through phone book, and she was like stalking and calling and harassing. So I notified officers about this. Well, hold on. The officer got notified through my ex-wife. So when I explained to the officer how I met the girl, with a clear conscience, he told me I was staying up there nice. A couple of days later, detectives called me down, and under the false pretense that they was questioning me concerning her phone harassments and things of that. But it was actually building a case, and my statement is what they was using to convict me. Not as I was in court. As I was sitting in jail on that. It's supposed to. It started off as a sexual assault. And that, this is 2004 now. She wrote a couple letters. One was apologizing about her age, and another letter she wrote was pretty much apologizing how she trumped up and and what she said out of retaliation. I gave those letters to my attorney. The DA, they started plea bargaining. Hey, take this, take that. I said, no, I'm not about to register. I don't know. So eventually they said, we'll give you 12 months probation, misdemeanor, and we'll release you Monday. It sounded really good sitting in jail for months. So the thing about it is my attorney never did present those letters for exculpatory evidence on my defense. And that's another thing I have in appellate court, by which I've already presented my appellate brief on that.
Mr. Harris, I don't want to cut you off, but I do want to make sure we get to questions. Could you just speak briefly to why you're seeking a pardon, and then we'll open up to questions from the board.
Okay. Why I'm seeking a pardon is because I do a lot in my community, and I travel a lot with political officials, and my name is kind of tarnished, and when they want to do something in politics, they throw mud. I have completed my Bachelor's of Science in Criminal Justice, and I have graduated cum laude, taken my LSAT, and I desire to go forth as an attorney. One of the things I can't do is practice in Mississippi with a felony. So I can go to Wisconsin and other areas. So a lot of things I have completed, though, for the last 22 years, paying it forward. We have my current wife and I, we have started a program when I moved to Mississippi. It's called ABBA, Institution of Learning, Alba Institution of Learning, by which we have graduated over 900 souls and sent them to college. So I have the last 22 years been paying it forward, community involvement, community outreach, starting in Milwaukee, now doing it in Mississippi. So I've been paying it forward. And, I am remorseful. I do a mentor program, and I tell different ones concerning, hey, one decision can mess up your life. And so I'm just asking for a second opportunity, first of all, so I can be able to vote. And secondly, so I can, prove that I'm an asset and not a hindrance to this community.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Thank you.
Before we open up questions, I want to touch on something you just said and mentioned in your application about voting. So I'm not familiar with the laws in Mississippi, but in Wisconsin, once you've completed your sentence and you're off paper, you are eligible to vote, even as a convicted felon. So I would encourage you to look into laws in your area, regardless of the outcome of today's hearing, on that voting point. But with that, questions from the board.
Yes.
Judge Turner.
So I have just one question, Mr. Harris, or observation.
Yes, sir.
The young girl that you were with, that you got charged with and convicted of, she was 15 at the time you had the sexual intercourse, not 16, right?
No, 15 is how they was trying to make it like a felony of that nature.
Her 16th birthday was 2 months after the time that you had the party in the hotel with her and had sex with her. Right?
But okay, if that's yes, okay, sure. If that's what you have all the good you definitely have documents that can refresh in my memory.
Okay.
But also the highlight of mainly of my appeal and dealing with the appellate court is because of how under the false pretense again of the age and the lie, and then when I found out, that's when I broke it off, and that's how I went off. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Jerry.
Yeah, I have a couple. Going back to Judge Krumer's points, in the criminal complaint on the sexual assault, it says that the girl she was with told you that the victim was 15 years old. So you
I'm
were
not aware of that
told
part.
that she was 15.
I'm not aware of that part, but again, with the letters that I presented to my attorney concerning how she literally admitted to fabricating stories to the officer out of retaliation of us calling police on her for the harassment. That was one of the letters that I gave to my attorney to present, but he never presented to the judge. He presented to the state, but he never presented to the judge.
No, I understand that, but in the criminal complaint, you were told that she was 15 before you had sex with her.
That's not accurate. So when I took the plea, whenever you're found guilty of something, everything that's in the criminal complaints affidavit, that goes down for record. So again, the letter that she wrote me when admitting on some things. So I'm not, listen, I take full responsibility for even having myself in that type of position. But I do have a defense concerning how some things is not going to totally add up. And I appreciate your question, but yeah, I'm not aware of that part of reading on that part. I didn't read through that whole thing thoroughly when all this went down.
Okay. Now I want to ask you a little bit about your school. How long have you operated? You and your wife operate the school?
That's correct.
And how long have you operated that school?
We started off when I moved down there 2013, 12. We started off with a literacy program. So just trying to help people read. So about 2013, it was a second chance to start off a second chance adult high school diploma program after that. So roughly 13 years.
Okay, and is it like a K-5 school, kindergarten through?
Right, I see where you're hitting at, and that's not even the issue. It's 9th through 12th, and then we do high school for adults who have not gotten a chance to complete their diploma growing up.
Okay, so is it like a GED program, or do they
No,
come to class?
We're an accredited high school diploma program. Yes.
Okay, but for adults.
Yes. Adults and high school students.
Okay, and do you have faculty?
Yes, we do.
And how many faculty do you have?
We have 5. Jackson, William, Gloria, and my wife and I.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Cindy?
Mr. Harris, as part of the application process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support, and you chose not to submit any. Can you tell us why not?
At the time, I was definitely trying to get different ones to vouch about who I am today, from the sheriff to Mayor Simmons. Well, not Mayor Simmons, but Mayor Bradford, by which that's somebody I'll be on a campaign trail with often. He just recently ran for state auditor. So the reason why, maybe because I never came back around to it, and then I got kind of caught up and busy while we was waiting on this. It was on the back of my mind, but I never really, not that I didn't take this serious, but I didn't press the issue about presenting a letter as often when I first brought that to them.
Okay.
So to answer your question, I got preoccupied, and I just kind of, and I hope that don't affect this. But either way, I'm determined to continue to pay it forward and achieve my heart's desire in career.
Thank you.
Thanks for your
Thank you,
time.
Mr. Harris. I appreciate your time with the board today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
All right, you as well.
Thank you. Next up, we have Dean Burr. Mr. Burr? Mr. Burr, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. I do see you in the Zoom.
How's that?
There we go. And it
You
looks
got
like it looks like your camera isn't working, so just so you know, we can't see you, but we're happy to proceed with just audio if you'd like to do that.
Okay, that sounds good. Name is Dean Burr. I am 64 years old, gonna be 65 July 18th. Retired at 62. Am married for 3 years and owned a lady for 17. Believe that? Okay. Now, the summary of my offense. I was drinking after work and got pulled over, and I had marijuana in the car. So, and everything did go fine with all that. I mean, I did my assessment and paid my fines and Huber. So that all went good. That was fine. Summary of what I'd done since completion. It's nice being retired. I do help anyone who needs it up here. I mean, we just went to this Adolescent Recovery and Wellness Center meeting. They're building a recovery center up here on Stockbridge Reservation, northern mid-Wisconsin. And my wife is a peer support specialist. So, she's helped me with stuff. And I mean, I haven't drank tried to figure that out last night because I never even really realized when I stopped. I just quit because I had to. I got this pancreatitis. It's like got to be 17, 18 years. And yes, we are involved in the community, and I do buy cars when I can get them cheap and sell them to people less fortunate. I just sold them to a single mother a couple months ago. Nice car, $1,500. It was like a $4,000 car. But like I said, I'm fortunate as far as I was a good worker. I worked hard, put a lot of hours in. And yeah, so that's all good. Okay. And then what was that last question?
The last question is why you're seeking a
Oh.
pardon, Mr. Burr.
Yes, I would just like to get the felony off my record. It's just an embarrassment. I mean, I did a lot of really goofy stuff, man. But I have quit drinking. I'm good. I have no enemies. We get along fine up here. And I do help my wife with her, like help her set up. She just had to set up for some wellness in Shawano. That was 2 weeks ago, I believe. Had a table. But yeah, I would just like to have it off my record.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
guess
Burr.
that's about all I got.
All right, we'll see if board members have any other questions for you. Board members? Jerry?
Yeah, Mr. Burke, can you tell me about how the Native American talking circles work and how that has helped you? And
Yes, my wife, Yvonne, she ran a talking circle up here on the Stockbridge. And I would go with her. And it's not like it's different than like people don't sit around and say, oh, my name is this and I am an alcoholic or a drug addict. It's more just laid back, comfortable. And if that's what they want to say, they can say that. They can talk whatever they want to say. But it's just more laid back. That's about all I can say about it. More laid back and it's more personal, where like Yvonne will just talk to them and help them. And yeah, I don't know what else to say about that because I've really never been to like Alcohol Anonymous. I did once and with a girl that wanted me to go, but.
and just you have really great letters of support. So thank you for submitting those.
Well, thank you. I
Thank you.
appreciate, and you guys, you got such good people working for you. I never had a problem talking to nobody, and they were always very helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Burr. I will make sure to pass that on to staff who do work really hard. So thank you.
They do.
Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
You guys too. It's Friday.
It is. All right. Next up, we have Deja Perkins. Miss Perkins.
Hello,
Hello.
I'm Deja Perkins, and I want to say thank you for this opportunity. I wrote my stuff down, so yeah, because I'm kind of nervous, so yeah. So, okay. Summary of the offense. In February 2014, I was convicted of second-degree reckless endangerment to safety with a weapon. I take full responsibility for my actions and deeply regret my behavior. At the time, I was 21 years old, emotionally immature, and struggling postpartum depression after giving birth to my first kid. I was overwhelmed emotionally and did not cope with the situation in a healthy or responsible manner. After learning that my son's father had been unfaithful and no longer wanted a relationship, I acted emotionally and made decisions I deeply regret. During an argument involving the father of my son, I acted out of anger and poor judgments. My actions led to criminal damage to property, battery, and disorderly conduct and use of a weapon. which led to my arrest. Although no serious physical injuries occurred, I fully understand the seriousness of my actions and the impact they have on everyone involved. I accept my responsibility without any excuse. Since that time, I have worked hard to rebuild my life and become a better person, mother, and member of society. I successfully completed all court-ordered requirements and completed probation early due to good behavior. I was sentenced to 30 days on Huber and 3 years probation, and I was discharged from probation a year and a half early because I didn't have any problems. Like I was good, I guess. And I paid my court fees. Um, Over the past 10 years, I have remained law-abiding and have no additional criminal issues that I've seen. I don't know, y'all pull something up, but I have also dedicated myself to personal and professional growth. I currently work as a CNA and I'm enrolled in the LPN program to further my career in nursing and continue helping others. I have learned healthier ways to manage stress, emotions, and conflict, and now live at a stable and productive life focused on my kids and work and future goals. I have learned healthier ways to respond to stress, conflict, and emotional situations. I also have distanced myself from negative environments and relationships that no longer align with the life that I want for myself or my family. This conviction continues to limit my professional opportunities despite the progress I have made over the last decades. It creates barriers to advancing within the nursing field, including certain employment opportunities, clinical placements, and licensing advancements in higher paying positions. I'm committed to continuing my education and building a long-term career in healthcare so I can better provide for my family and contribute positively to my community. I understand my actions were wrong, and I have spent the last decade proving that this incident does not define who I am today. I am proud of the life that I have built since this incident and remain committed to being a positive example for my children and those around me. I sincerely regret my past actions and respectfully ask the board to consider the person I have become today rather than the mistake I made as a young adult during a difficult period in my life. Okay.
Yeah, Ms. Perkins. Questions from the board? Judge Kremers.
Good morning, Ms. Perkins. I got a couple of questions. How many children do you have?
I have two.
And how old are they?
My son is 13 and my daughter is 5.
Okay. So about the same time that you committed this offense in 2014, it looks like in Racine County, you were also convicted of a non-criminal welfare fraud case. Is that correct?
Yes, I was filing unemployment when I was working part-time.
So I'm talking 2014 now. I'm going to ask you about the unemployment, but is that the welfare fraud too in 2014?
I think that was for food share. I was getting stamps when I was working, yes.
Okay. And then in 2021, you had a unsatisfied unemployment compensation warrant filed against you for $26,000.
Yes.
What is that about?
That's when I was filing unemployment when I was working part-time.
Okay. And so you still owe the $26,000?
It went down. It went down to 17.
17,000.
Yeah, I'm on a payment plan.
Okay. And I think that those are my questions. Thank you.
Cindy?
Yeah, I have two questions. Good morning, Ms. Perkins.
Good morning.
So when you applied, you were a packer for Rot Washer, and now you said you're a CNA. When did you make that switch?
So when I committed the crime in 2014, I was already a CNA. But due to my record, the felony, I wasn't getting any job opportunities in that field. I kept getting denied and stuff like that. So about 2 years ago, I finally started getting a second chance. I finally got my second chance of being a CNA again. got hired at the hospital and been doing it again since then.
Okay, you glad to be back at that?
Yes, I am. I'm just
Okay,
happy that
and
they
you,
gave me a chance.
yep, absolutely. And you want to enroll and go forward to be an RN, or you are enrolled? Can you
Right
tell me?
now, I'm currently enrolled in the LPN program, and then
LPN. Okay.
eventually I will be going for it for my RN. But during the enrollment in the LPN program, she told me like due to the conviction, like it's gonna be a little bit harder for
Yep.
me to get like into clinicals and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
I did get accepted, so I don't
Yeah.
guess I don't know.
It's something we hear quite a bit from people that want to pursue that career. My other question relates to your letters of support. The victim of your crime supports your application for a pardon, and the victim's mother wrote a beautiful letter for you. Can you just tell us how what you felt about that support from both of them?
I'm very appreciative of them. My son's father, it was just like at that time, I was just like emotionally unstable, I'm gonna say. It was my first kid and it just, it was just like a lot of stuff going on around there. So it was just, yeah, but I'm very thankful for their support and appreciative.
Okay.
Being my son's father, we are not together, but we do co-parent very well with my son. He's 13 years old, so we co-parent very well.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you for your time.
Mhm.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Ms. Perkins, appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Daniel Lopez. Mr. Lopez? Mr. Lopez, we can see you in the Zoom, but we can't hear you, and there is some sort of save screen coming up for your video. Mr. Lopez, if you can hear us, would you try saying something? I don't think we have your audio. Okay, Mr. Lopez, we'll have someone from staff reach out to you and see if we can help troubleshoot, and we will come back to you once we have the IT stuff working. In the meantime, we'll go on to Wendy Hubbard. Ms. Hubbard? Wendy Hubbard, do we have you with us in the Zoom? Okay, Mario Spencer. Mr. Spencer, I know I saw you.
Mute.
There we go.
Yes, how you doing? Good morning.
Morning.
I take the opportunity to thank you for this opportunity. So back in 2006, I was convicted for I pleaded to possession of cocaine, and since then, uh, since then, I got a 7-year sentence, first offense, first felony. I went on. The judge granted me boot camp. I completed boot camp successfully. I did 5 years on parole. My parole agent tried to. They came out with if you're doing good, no problems, that you could get paroled early. So she put me in for that. I completed AODA treatment. I completed criminal thinking. While I was in boot camp, I got baptized, and through the criminal thinking, I learned how my actions and things I did affected the community as a whole, which I didn't understand then. My job that I was working beforehand, I was able to go right back to my job, and my job also gave me a promotion. They sold the company, and I went to work for another company, which I was there for 15 years. And I went on to open up my own tavern. I acquired my liquor license and opened up my own tavern. Being in the city of Milwaukee, a lot of crazy things happen. I didn't have anything happen inside of my tavern, but anything that happens around the area, if it happens with your patrons, like people leaving the bar, they get into a fight or anything, it's put on the tavern. So I was closed. I've been closed for 2 years. I still own the building. So I worked well with kids my whole life. So I wanted to open up a childcare, and they were like, being a felon, you couldn't do it. And come to find out, it was just a couple extra loops I had to jump through. I had to sit in front of a board like you guys and talk to them. They approved me to open up a child care center. So I currently have a child care center. That's my employment right now. And then as far as the community, I started Bruce City Cowboys back in 2020. I own 2 horses, and we go around the community. I work with all the police departments in Milwaukee. I work for the Office of Community and Wellness through Cornelius Hall, where I mentor a lot of groups. We host a lot of different events in the communities to try to keep crime down and try to people that's actually doing the crime, I'm able to talk to them that have an influence on that area and try to get things reversed, show them how they're doing, not making the community better. So their actions try to change their mindset, if you want to say. I've been married for 17 years. I've been with my wife for 26 years. I have 5 kids. 2 went on to college. One is at Tuskegee University right now. I also played semi-pro football, won a championship, and I also through my nonprofit and through the tavern, Easter, every holiday I did giveaways. So like Milwaukee, and I live in Brown Deer, but Milwaukee is where the business is. And it's the inner city. So like for Easter, I have Facebook pages, 500 baskets, give away 500 Easter baskets. I give away Christmas toys, kids that's going to college. If they're refrigerators and certain things, everything is done out of my pocket because I haven't got grants yet. So everything's done out of my pocket. And then I also, I also go around. We have elderly people. We do grass cutting for. We do keep the neighborhood clean on Fond du Lac area. That's where my tavern's located on Fond du Lac Avenue in Milwaukee. So we keep that area clean. Go through it doing that. I play college football, so I have 2 years of college under me. I had got a scholarship. I was an all-state wrestler for the state of Wisconsin. Graduated class of '98 from high school. But due to injury, I had to stop playing. I ripped my pectoral muscle. But one of the reasons that I want to get the pardon is because I have kids I still have a kid that's in high school, and I have people that like, man, we need you to coach because I'm such a great player. I have a lot of patience with kids, understanding, and just growing up, we're all in school. Kids don't learn the same. So I have great patience. But again, that felon, they do a background check. So it's like, I'm embarrassed because a lot of people with the work that I do, a lot of people don't know that I have this felony on me. So I don't want to make it aware and they look at me different. I wanted to join the Mason group, and I still can put in my application. They gave me my application to do so, but they do a background check also because they want to know who are around their kids. I'm not a sex offender or anything like that, but I don't know how they would look at it. So I hesitated on doing that. And also the board that I went in front of for the child care, also went for like foster parenting and things like that also that I wanted to get into in group homes. And one of the things the judge said to me back in 2006 was that I couldn't hand out medication. So that was like, I want to do a group home, but part of being a group home, what if the kid need insulin and things like that? And it's just like, it's something I felt like it's been holding me back. It happened in 2006. I haven't so much as got a speeding ticket since then. So it's been 20 years, squeaky clean. And I asked you guys to give me a second chance. I think a lot of times when people go to prison, the point of prison is rehabilitation, and that you should be, if it's a person that's willing to put in the footwork, sometimes they need an extra boost, and I'm hoping you guys give me that extra boost. And I know that you should have letters from people stating your character and everything. But what I did was I went through a lawyer because I didn't want to mess anything up. I'm like, it's a one shot. I filed for this back in December of 23. And my lawyer just reached out to me recently, said, "Oh, you need letters." Well, the people that I want to write letters, they work every day, busy people. And by the time they give me the letters, it was too late for me to submit. So I didn't submit any letters. But like I say, a lot of people are on social media these days, but the Bruce City Cowboys and everything is a live page. And sometimes I just get horses and take them into the community because it's therapy for the inner city kids. Like, never seen anything like this. And when I use the horses I bring even adults. I bring the horses into the community. Now it's an icebreaker. People want to know about the horses. So while I'm telling them about the horses, I'm getting into their life. You know, it's kids that don't have coats. They might be doing things because they don't have a basketball to go to the park with. So now they're busting out windows or anything, some things like that. And I really try to give back to the community now for the last 20 years.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. Let's open up and see if board members have any questions for you. Judge Kremers?
I have two questions. Mr. Spencer, and maybe you're still doing it, I don't know, but I want to know if back in like 2011 you were involved in paintball.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I still do that. I have a 15-passenger van that I purchased that I'm able to take kids out to things like that, take kids out to the horse ranch. I have two friends that have ranches.
I'm talking about paintball, not the horses.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
And then my other question is, in 2025, so last year, looks like someone got a money judgment against you for about $17,000.
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Cindy?
I'm not going to ask you about letters of support, Mr. Spencer, since you addressed it already, but I do have two other questions. Your description of the crime itself, the original crime, you say you were in a car with a couple of friends who at the time were in possession of drugs, but according to the criminal complaint, you were in a car with a woman and 3 children.
Yes, at the time, I never had been in that type of trouble. So it's basically was trying to, I didn't take responsibility at the time. But after sitting and thinking about it, I realized what I did and I accepted my responsibility.
Okay,
So
but when you filled out this application, your description of the crime doesn't match what happened. You say you were in a car with friends.
it worked friends. It was
The 3
two,
children were your friends?
no, it were other males in the car also. And then the lady that was in the car now is not my wife.
Okay. Well, we're looking for transparency. And when the criminal complaint doesn't match your description of the events, that's a concern for me. And the other thing that I have a concern with your application is that in number 7 on your application, it asks you to list any other crimes for which you had interactions with law enforcement, and you put NA, not applicable, but you have 2001 misdemeanor theft, 2002 misdemeanor carrying away merchandise, 2000 issuing worthless checks. None of those were listed as other offenses.
And again, I went through a lawyer and she asked me, she said I didn't need a pardon for that because it was a misdemeanor and she only listed the felon. So
Right.
I didn't fill it out personally. The lawyer advised the way it was filled out.
Okay, but you signed the application and you're responsible for the completed application.
Yes. So only thing I knew about far as pardons were felonies. And that's what she explained to me. She said a misdemeanor would be expunged, I think.
There's
to
a
get
difference.
expunged.
There's a difference between applying for a pardon for the misdemeanor and listing it on the application where it asks specifically if you've had other criminal contacts.
Yes, I told her. She pulled my criminal, she pulled everything, and I just took advice from the lawyer.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Jerry.
Just going back to your description of the offense that this is what you said in your application. I was pulled over in a car with a couple of friends who at the time were in possession of drugs. It makes it seem like you were just in the car and with a couple of other people and they had the drugs. Now, Elise Moore, who is your wife, right?
Yes.
In the criminal complaint, she says that you went down to Illinois with $5,000 for the purpose to get some tire rims and buy some weed. And when you were stopped, you were in the front seat, and in the console was a 9mm Glock with 10 rounds. And the marijuana and cocaine were in the back, along with 2 or 3 kids. 3 kids were, how many kids were in the car?
There was 2 kids and 2 other males.
Okay, so is Elise the mother of those kids?
Yes.
Okay. So why did you describe it so differently in your application?
Well, what I'm saying is the weed, yes, the cocaine, no, I didn't know about. They didn't find the cocaine till later on, because I didn't even know about it. That was the thing. But what it was, they basically came to me and said, if you don't take responsibility for it because it's your vehicle, then we're putting it on your wife, which is my wife at the time, was my fiance then. So I took responsibility, and I was the only one charged out of everybody.
All right. You bought the weed though,
Yes, sir.
and it was your Glock in the
Yes.
console,
Yes, sir. It wasn't well, it was, yes, sir.
9mm
Yes, sir.
with 10 rounds.
Yes, sir.
You had a loaded Glock in the car with marijuana, your wife, and your 2 kids.
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you tell us that?
Again, I thought she wrote it down. I went through it. Like I said, I went through the lawyer. I told her everything up front, and she has the same criminal complaint you have. So, and we did everything through Zoom, like I'm talking to you. I signed it. She sent it to me. We signed it later on. But everything that I told her everything. So I said, I don't know if she tried to reword it different or what, but I told her everything.
So you're telling us that it was your lawyer who said, I was in the car with a couple of friends who were in possession of drugs. Your lawyer made that up?
No, I told my lawyer everything. I don't know how she worded it. I didn't reread it. I don't know how she worded it.
Okay.
But I
Thank
take
you.
full responsibility for everything.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Spencer, I know you've gotten a couple of questions about this. I just want to clarify a couple of things. One, it is absolutely the responsibility of applicants to read the application that they're submitting regardless of who they work with. And I understand, you've explained that the best you can, but I want to say that out loud for everyone else who might be listening to this hearing. It is extremely important. It is a sworn statement. I do want to ask you a question though, because we don't have a lawyer on file for you. Could you tell us who you worked with?
Yes, it was through Clean Slate Milwaukee.
Okay, and did the person that you worked with there tell you that they were an attorney representing you?
Yes, they said they
Or
were
a lawyer?
attorney. Yes, they said they were attorney. She came to me. She said, you can fill it out yourself. I can pull the paperwork. It was $500. Or she said, I can do the paperwork and it's $1,500. Again, I didn't want to mess anything up. So I let her do it.
Okay, and you paid her $1,500
Yes, ma'am.
because she told you she was a lawyer representing you.
Yes, ma'am. It's through Clean Slate Milwaukee.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate
All right,
that information. I appreciate your time with the board and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You guys too. Thank you.
Okay, our next applicant this morning, actually, let's try to come back to Mr. Lopez. I think we might have gotten his audio issues sorted out. Mr. Lopez? Mr. Lopez, we can see you. We can't hear you quite yet. Okay, Mr. Lopez, we might have you call in by phone. We'll have someone reach out and try to help you with that, because we still can't hear you. In the meantime, while we work on that, Wendy Hubbard, Ms. Hubbard, do we have you in the Zoom? You're still muted, Ms. Hubbard. Oh,
Okay, can you hear me?
perfect.
Sorry, I'm not that techno savvy.
That's okay,
I
it's working now.
apologize. Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank you for taking the time for this matter. My name is Wendy Hubbard. I'm 53 years old. Back in 1992, I was 20 years old and I made a really bad decision. A friend asked me to get an ounce of weed for a friend. And I was just young and a little extra money sounded great. But that was probably one of the worst decisions I ever made because it's been affecting me for over the last 33 years, being a felon now for that. So I was charged with delivery and I was sentenced to 2 years probation. And I completed that back in 1995. I am now the owner of a very reputable commercial residential painting company. And I bought a house when I was 25 years old that's fully paid off. And I bought another one that is fully paid. And I would just like this off my record to pursue higher end painting jobs, more commercial jobs, and just have this felony hanging over my head from something back in 1992, which I very, very much regret. And I don't do drugs, anything like that anymore. It was a long time ago.
Thank you,
I'm
Ms.
a different
Hubbard.
person.
Okay, board members, any questions? Judge Grumers.
Yeah, good morning, Ms. Hubbard. Ms. Hubbard, it looks like you were arrested in 2024 in Kenosha County for a domestic abuse-related incident. It was ultimately resolved with a disorderly conduct. Is that correct?
I was not the one arrested. My fiance, ex-fiance, we are no longer together after that. He came home drunk and got very violent, and the police were called, and he was the primary aggressor. They arrested him. But at the same time, whatever he said, I also was getting charged with a domestic violence and battery, and that got dropped down. I was going to take it to trial, but the judge, she gave me a disorderly conduct, and she said it was the lowest that she could possibly give at $75. So I took that.
Okay, so you were convicted of a ordinance violation for disorderly conduct.
A disorderly conduct, yes.
Okay, and the person that was involved, was that a different person than that you were involved with in 1999?
Oh, yeah, that was a different person.
Okay,
Yes,
all right. Thank you.
thank you.
Other questions from the board?
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, I did.
Yeah.
Is there a reason you didn't tell us about the 2024 incident on your application?
I started this process like 4 or 5 years ago, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, the application is signed in 2023.
Yeah, so this is before it happened, and yeah, we are no longer together.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy?
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Hubbard.
Good morning.
You've heard me ask previous applicants, but applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support for their application, and you chose not to. Can you tell us why not?
I wasn't really aware of that. I don't remember. I've been dealing with a lot. I was taking care of my mother for quite a while. She had dementia and heart problems, and she passed away. Had a lot of family issues going on, and so that just slipped, and I apologize for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Ms. Hubbard. That's everything from us. Appreciate your time. I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You too. Appreciate it.
Great. Okay, and I think we are still troubleshooting with Mr. Lopez. So we will come back to him still, but in the meantime, let's go on to Elizabeth Lazinski. Ms. Lazinski.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Lazinski at Christacker. And thank you for taking the time to let me explain why I'm seeking a pardon. The offenses in which I was charged with were both drug related. One was possession of narcotic drugs, and the other one was injury by use of a vehicle while under the influence of a controlled substance. I want to backtrack. So I kind of feel like I'm a poster child for the opioid epidemic. I had surgery back in 2008 on a ruptured disc. Never had any sort of broken bones, never had pain pills. And after that, I loved it. I felt invincible. I just got everything done. It actually gave you energy. And then once you're hooked, then it starts to slow you down. It was just terrible, terrible thing. Addiction knows no boundaries. It does not discriminate. I was raised in a good family, good household. My father was a police officer, stay-at-home mom, 4 kids. And the opiates just consumed me. And then with that, tried treatment several times. I was fortunate enough to have insurance to do so. And nothing worked. Tried Suboxone, tried Vivitrol. I wasn't ready to change. At that point, I had gotten to such a low state. I was surrounding myself with terrible people, had a relationship with an incredibly abusive individual. And that brings me to the first charge of the possession of narcotics. He wanted me to go in and get ice cream or something ridiculous for him. And I didn't have any money because I was a drug addict. And so I went to steal ice cream, and the guy grabbed my purse, and instead of staying with my purse, I ran out the door, and in the purse there was heroin. Not a proud moment at all. And didn't leave that one, still in that relationship. That's irrelevant. I was then trying methadone. Methadone clinic, I was leaving the methadone clinic, and it happened to be my birthday, which they brought up in sentencing that I was out partying for my birthday, but unfortunately every day of my life was this insanity. Left the methadone clinic, nodded off, got into a car accident, and it was, I heard a man and his son, and it couldn't have been a perfect stranger. It was people I actually knew, and it was my cheerleading coach from high school. It was her son and her grandson. And she was a second mother to me for years. And it was a very gut-wrenching, but humbling thing for me to have to live through. They don't know me as that person. I was a really good kid, excelled in school, involved in everything. And then that surgery happened, and it just went down. While at sentencing, they thought I was partying for my birthday, and I wasn't. I was just a complete disaster every day. And after hearing the victim statements, I had a plea agreement set for drug court. But after hearing the Rice's statements, I knew that they needed to feel like they got justice. I needed a slap in the face. I needed to sit, reassess myself. I felt like they needed justice, and me going to drug court was kind of stealing a spot from somebody who actually deserved it and maybe didn't have the ability, because I did with insurance, to do such programming. So went to prison. While in prison, I took Thinking for a Change, because there wasn't much they could offer me because I had an associate's degree at the time. So I did thank you for the change. And then when I got out, I completed extended supervision with 0 violations. Actually stayed in good contact with my probation officer and would help her network clients into the recovery community. When I got out, I instantly got super involved in the NA community here in La Crosse. I held an officer's seat for quite a while. I was part of Circles of Support, which is a faith-based organization to try to reduce recidivism. And then I became a smart recovery facilitator so that I could take smart recovery meetings into the La Crosse County Jail to their treatment pod. There, I got to mentor girls, and I mean, I have a couple, all the failed stories, the 2 success stories made it worth it. Did that for a couple years. What have I done since then? I have a coffee shop. I manage a security company. I'm very involved in the community. I start and organize fundraisers for the Boys and Girls Club. Hosted a coffee with cops for our local police department for a fundraiser. Main sponsor for National Night Out, Boy Scouts of America. I'm involved in the Lions Club, the Home and Business Association. I give back anywhere I can because those years of addiction do not reflect how I was raised and the person who I truly am. So every day I'm blessed to be a living amends because I try to do better than the day before. I would like a pardon ultimately because I once held my security license with the state of Wisconsin and I would like to be able to get that back. The license would mean a lot to me because I watched my dad sacrifice a lot starting his business. And in my 4th grade autobiography, I said, when I grow up, I'm going to take over my dad's business. And I want to make him proud of me, and I want to make my 5-year-old son proud of me. Most people in the community, unless they were reading the paper back then, don't know that that's my past. When I tell people that I'm a felon, they're shocked. And I'd like to be able to, we live in a very rural community, and trap shooting's huge. It's a hobby of everybody's, and I don't want to have to explain to my son why I can't take him to practice, you know? So it's just, I've tried really hard to be a productive member of society, and I want to show others that hard work and dedication, you can turn it around.
Thank you, Ms. Lisinski. Board members, questions? Eric.
Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us today. I wanted to clarify something. Did you have a traffic ticket in 2025 related to violation of child safety restraint requirements, child between ages 4 and 8?
Absolutely. And actually the instance was I had taken my son to California to Disneyland to meet Lightning McQueen at Radiator Springs. There were wildfires in California. The smoke delayed our flight. We missed our connection to La Crosse from O'Hare. And so I was in the airport trying to find a rental car. Well, it just so happened there was a snowstorm in Chicagoland area. There was not a rental car to be had. So I called my brother and asked him if he would come pick us up at the airport because we were going to be in at like 1 o'clock in the morning. And I just wanted to get home, and I had a 4-year-old. So he comes, not even thinking about the car seat. And when we got pulled over, he was like, "It's my car. Can I get the ticket? Like, it's my fault." And honestly, it didn't even cross my mind. And when it did, we were about Rockford. And it's like, is there a Walmart? Is there somewhere where we can get one? So absolutely it did happen, and I own that.
All right. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Jerry, I'm trying to call on you, but I'm muted. Please go ahead.
Oh, okay. The judge in La Crosse County who reviewed your application for a pardon supports your getting a pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does that support make you feel?
It makes me feel really good because I don't like to disappoint people. he commended me for taking responsibility the day of sentencing when my attorney said people don't hire me to send them to prison, but I needed it. And they needed to feel the justice. And Judge Levine's a wonderful man, and that makes me feel very good. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lezinski. I hope that you enjoy your weekend. Appreciate your time with the board today.
You as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and I believe we're still troubleshooting with Mr. Lopez, so let's go to Dale Jordan. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan, do we have you in the Zoom with us?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
It said the host disabled my video when I clicked on it. Oh,
Okay,
here it goes. There you go.
Perfect. Go right ahead.
Good morning, and thank you for taking the opportunity to hear me out. My name is Dale Jordan. I'm seeking a pardon for felonies I received back in 1996 for attempted party to a crime by robbery by force and battery. What happened at the time was I skipped school that day, and I was in the park across the street from the school playing basketball, and I was there all day, and two other kids came and started playing basketball with me that were in the complaint there. And we were playing basketball, and after school the two guys walked through, and one of the kids I was playing basketball with took a wallet from one of the kids, and I hit one of the kids in the testicles as like I don't want to say bullying, but and what else was that? Yeah, I believe I got him twice. I hit him once, and then I got him again. And so one of the other kids threw a hat or something up on the pavilion, and I'm just trying to seek this pardon for or my conviction. Or sorry, the sentence I got 1 year for the robbery by force, and from 2002. Because after I got that, I got put on 3 years probation. I went to the probation. I sat there for like 3 hours. I got scared. I was 18. I got scared and I left, and I absconded from my probation, and it caught back up with me in 2002. And in 2002, I had to go face those again, and I got one. She gave me 1 year in the county jail for the attempted party to crime by robbery by force, and then 9 months for the battery to run concurrent with count one. And I completed all my AODA, anger management classes. I attended AAs, and I got a little something here too in writing. I've been in construction as a pipe layer and machine operator for the last 23 years. When I was just 18, about 30 years ago, I made a huge mistake. I've regretted it since then. I am a family man, and I have been with my fiance now for 8 years. I've helped raise her children since they were young. I feel I am a caring, loving man and a good human being. I have grown as a person. I am always there for family, friends, and even strangers when needed. I made a mistake, and I can't imagine what those kids felt at that time. I am helping to raise my fiance's kids now, so if something like this happened to them, I'd be very upset. I have reached out to every single one of the plaintiffs to apologize to them for my mistake, and they have forgiven me. So I feel like I have made peace with it. I want to be the best possible version of myself. With this felony over my head, I am limited on what I can do in the community, whether it's volunteering at school functions or getting a city job where I live now. And plus, I'd like to start my own business, and I really don't want that hanging over my head. Please consider me giving me a pardon on this felony. And I also like to mention too, I did receive 3 OWIs between 2010 and 2015, which and the sentencing dates for the first one was I forgot what it was, if it was time served, and the second one was 3 months, and then the third one was 5 months. I was just in a dark place at that time. I've come a long way since then, so I believe I believe I'm a good person. It's just something that happened when I was young. It was just something that happened, and I'd like to take care of it now to proceed in my life. Yep.
We'll just open up to questions from the board. Board members, Eric.
Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us today. I have two questions for you. First, you mentioned the OWIs. What is your relationship with alcohol currently?
Nothing. Nope.
All right.
Yep. After that third one, I'm done. Don't need that in my life anymore.
All right. My second question for you, it looks like there is a child support lien for about $70,800. Is that you?
Yep. And the reason that is I've made good money since 2003, and I worked 6 to 9 months out of the year, and they didn't lower my wages while I was on unemployment to what I made on unemployment. So I think it was like 39 at that time, dollars an hour. So over the winter months, that all accumulated, and I've been trying to fight that. And a few years ago, I went to court in Oneida, my tribe down in Green Bay, and finally a judge is like, "What are you guys doing to this kid, to this guy? He has a work history of 6 to 9 months out of the year getting laid off." And so he adjusted it on one of my children.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. But I'm still working to get those, working to work that off.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Jordan. I want to follow up on the OWIs.
Yep.
So did you go through any treatment program?
Yep. ADA through the tribe, and
And are you currently involved in AA or any other treatment?
Yep, I just went to AA classes as well through the tribe.
Well, are you currently involved in?
Nope.
So how do you, are you telling us you maintain sobriety since the third OWI?
My fiance too is a huge supporter in that.
So how do you maintain how do you maintain your sobriety? How have you maintained your sobriety since 2015 to now? If you're not involved in treatment, you don't go to AA, how do you?
Just a choice that I want to take, and it's not worth it. It's not worth it at all. And that's my choice that I'm taking.
Other questions from the board? Jerry.
You talked about helping raise your fiance's kids and your own kids. Are any of those kids boys?
Boys?
Yeah.
Yes.
And have you talked to them at all about bullying?
Oh yeah. And that's the huge thing. I was never like that, even in high school. I'd talk to everybody. I didn't care if you were part of this clique or that, that group or this group. And it's just one day I don't know. It's hard to explain it. I did it, but I was never really like that. And I drive that into my kids and her son's head all the time. And they are heck of good kids about that too.
Good. Okay, thanks.
Absolutely.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Jordan. Appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Awesome. You too. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, and applicants who've joined us for the 10 o'clock session, as you can likely guess, we were running just a little bit behind. We have one more applicant from our first session. So Mr. Lopez, we are going to go to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, cool. And can you see me as well?
Yes.
All right, cool. Sorry I have to use my streaming setup because the other stuff wasn't working, so it looks a little messy, but
That's okay. Go right ahead.
okay. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you guys taking the time and also apologize that it took so long to get my setup correct. So I am looking for a pardon for both an assault and a burglary charge. As far as the assault goes, that was in 2004. It was a sexual assault. We were actually both in high school at that time. I was 17 when we started dating. So when we were together, I was, still of legal age. Just try to make this quick as possible. Me and my best friend at the time, well, he's still my best friend actually, but me and my best friend at that time, we're in the mall, we met a girl. I was talking to her initially, and then I realized that like she was like a perfect match for my best friend. So I like matchmaked them, I guess. And they actually ended up dating for like 10 years. So like they were wonderful together. But at the time she was like, oh, thank you for that. I want to hook you up. She wanted to play matchmaker as well. So she wanted to hook me up with her cousin. So that's how I met this girl. And we dated for like 4 months. We went to separate schools, so we didn't see each other too much, but we talked on the phone like all the time. The occurrence of the assault was, there was no like egregiousness, I guess the word is. I don't know. Everything was consensual. I had turned 18 at the time. If you look at the report, I got charged in October. I turned 18 in August. So we had already, like I said, we had already been dating. And then, so we never had intercourse, but for some reason she went to school and told everybody that she was pregnant by me and started like making up baby names, even though we've never slept together. And I guess that got this is what I was told, at least from her cousin. And then it got to a school counselor, and then the school counselor, I guess, called the police, and the police came and took my report. And then they talked to her, and then this is how I got charged with this. So since then, I've actually never spoken to her again since I talked to the police. The last time I talked to her was probably a couple days before the police knocked on my door. So I didn't even know any of this was happening until they knocked on my door. But I haven't actually spoke to her since. I did get, I believe, 60 days of jail time for that. And then I served 45 days and got out at 45 with good time. And then I believe I had 1 year of probation. I completed that successfully with no hiccups. And then I also had the burglary charge. I'm going to be honest, that was out of complete just stupidity and desperation. I was super, super broke. I had, there was a lot of stuff that was kind of going on. I was just about to lose the apartment that I was in. At the time, me and my family weren't exactly close. So I didn't really have anywhere to go. And then a friend at the time convinced me to get involved in a burglary. I don't like to say he convinced me because I made the choice, obviously, but he talked me into it. We went and did it. I don't blame him. It was my decision, but it happened. Terrible, 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 terrible decision. It was so pointless. It was so stupid. I haven't spoken to him since court. I just don't need people with that mind frame in my life, and I literally have not spoken to him since that. So again, I got probation. I think it was 3 years of probation. I did it successfully, no problem. I sat several months in jail. I don't remember the exact amount of months I sat in jail because I sat while we were waiting for sentencing. So it was I don't remember what the sentencing date was, but I remember I got out. The judge basically took like the 4th of July from me because it was like a week before the 4th of July, and he let me out like the day after or something like that. It was something weird. So there was like several months I sat in jail, and then I did 3 years of probation successfully. Fast forward to now, I'm 39. I'll be 40 this year. I just had my 5th kid. She's 2 months. I have 5 girls, no boys yet, unfortunately. Since then and now, I've been pretty much just doing, up until 2020, I should say, I was doing physical labor work. So like concrete, demolition, painting, framing. That's pretty much what I did since then. Since the burglaries, just a lot of physical labor, hard work, traveling for work, industrial flooring, things like that. But when COVID hit, it forced me to figure out how to survive a different way because everything shut down. So I actually pulled out my old Yu-Gi-Oh card collection and realized that they were worth some money, and that kind of spiraled back into me getting into trading cards. So now, I don't know if you can kind of tell, but I got all these sports cards and Pokemon cards behind me. So that's what I've been doing, I would say full-time since 2021, is trading, selling, and doing sports cards and Pokemon cards. That's my probably about 75% of my full time. And then I also do interior painting as my second business. So I've been working for myself since about 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. I don't want to cut you off, but I want to make sure we get to questions. Could you just tell us briefly why you're seeking a pardon?
Yeah, so the assault is really hindering a lot of what I have going on. Business partnership wise, it's not allowing me to be in certain spaces that I need to be in to grow my business. Moving, I can't, it like cuts like 90% off of the places that I can move me and my family. Like I said, I just had another girl and we need more space desperately. And the last couple places that we applied for, they see your record and they don't ask questions. They just immediately think the absolute worst of it. So not that it isn't a serious thing, but it's making life extremely difficult, just living, business. And then also, like I said, I have 5 kids and they're all in school. They ask me to chaperone for them and I can't because of that. And I don't know how to explain to them that I can't. So that's extremely difficult for them because like I'm like their everything. So it's really tough to have to tell them no. And you know, all the other kids have parents that get to go, but I can't. And then with the burglary, again, it's more so on the business side, especially with the painting. People don't want to invite you into their home and they think you're gonna leave with something.
Understand.
So that's a big thing. And obviously, you know, it just looks bad when you're applying for a place to live and they're like, oh, this guy's just a criminal. But
Understood.
You know.
Let's open up for questions. Board members, questions for Mr. Lopez. Mr. Lopez, just one point of clarification from me while folks are thinking. I'm glad you spoke to the misdemeanor sexual assault because I think we did have some questions about that. I do want to note for you, because it's a misdemeanor, it's not eligible for a pardon from the board. So while we'll consider your burglary, we're not able to consider that misdemeanor.
Okay.
Any questions from the board? Okay, I think you spoke to everything then, Mr. Lopez. Appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Okay. Our 10 o'clock applicants, thank you very much for your patience. We are running just a little bit behind, so I'm going to quickly introduce my fellow board members, run through some housekeeping about how the hearing will work, and then we will get started hearing from all of you. So with us today, we have board member Anthony Cooper Sr., who is the CEO of Focused Interruption, an organization dedicated to interrupting the devastating cycle of violence with the help of the community. Anthony received a pardon from Governor Evers in January of 2021. And we have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously worked as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. We have board member Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is AG Call's nominee to this board. He served as a Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, including as chief judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. And we have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a Division Administrator under AGs Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. And finally, we have board member Eric Libertor, who is the incoming Assistant Director of Student Success and an incoming assistant teaching professor at Marquette University Law School. He previously served as a supervising attorney at Disability Rights Wisconsin and in the governor's office. And I will just note that none of our board members are here representing their employers. Everyone is here in their personal capacity. I will go through just a couple of things about how the hearing is going to work before we dive in. So everyone, please keep in mind that today's hearing is being live streamed via YouTube. We'll ask you to keep yourself muted and your video off until it is your turn to be heard by the board so we can focus on the person that is presenting. If you run into IT issues, someone will reach out and help you try to troubleshoot. If it means we need to come back to you because Zoom is not cooperating, we can certainly do that. Otherwise, we are going to call on folks in the order listed in the agenda and open meeting notice. Each applicant will have about 5 minutes total with the board. We're going to ask you to spend the first 3 of those 5 minutes speaking to the questions we sent you in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, those are to first give us a brief summary of the offense you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, to give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, where you're at now, how your life is different than the time of your offense. And finally, third, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent 3 minutes on those questions, we'll open it up to any other questions the board may have for you. Don't read too much into it either way. If we do or don't have follow-up questions for you, keep in mind we've spent a lot of time with your application materials before this hearing, and as you know, those are quite thorough. If we do have questions though, we need to make sure we get to them so that we can make a thoughtful recommendation to the governor. Once you're done answering any questions that we have for you, you're welcome to sign out of the Zoom. You do not need to stay all day. And once we've heard from everyone, the board will meet in closed session and decide whether or not to recommend your application for a pardon to Governor Evers. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded to Governor Evers, who will then make the final decision on whether or not to grant you a pardon. Either way, you'll learn about the outcome of today's hearing about 1 to 2 months from today. So with that, we will go ahead and get started with our first applicant of our second morning session, which is Ryan Berg. Mr. Berg.
Good morning. How are you today?
Good morning.
The video, it says the host has disabled it.
Yep, we'll try prompting you again.
Okay.
Are you seeing a pop-up, Mr. Berg?
There we go. There we go.
All right.
Thank you. All right. So I'm Ryan Berge, and my offense was causing bodily harm with a motor vehicle. That was, I believe I was 19 years old at the time. And it was my going away party for the Marine Corps. I was supposed to leave the next day, and a bunch of us threw a party for that. And then later that night, we decided to go down and say goodbye to some co-workers. And when we left there, I crashed and hurt my passengers and me. That was pretty rough on me. It was quite difficult. Everybody was able to make it. I'm actually still good friends with 2 of the 3. The third one, we just kind of lost contact with her over the years. But my sentencing was 60 days in jail, 500 and some odd hours of community service, drug alcohol assessment. I believe that was, I can't remember for sure offhand, but everything was taken care of. Drug alcohol assessment was done. Sentencing or jail sentence was taken care of. Probation went on I believe 10 years, because I had restitution to pay. It was like $36,000 worth of restitution. That was all finally taken care of. What I've done since is I've been on the fire department for 22 years, I believe, volunteer, that and EMS. Work hand in hand with them for long time. Worked with the villages, both Oliva and Strum, for some of their community fairs and stuff like that. I also go out to the school. It's right around prom. The fire department, we host a crash simulation. So we land the helicopter and go through that. And then I also speak with the kids afterwards because of the bad choices that I made earlier in my life. I also have got custody of my daughter, and I've had that ever since she was about 6 months old. Been married for eight years now, and I have 2 children with my wife, and then work. Sorry. I've been working with Bolt Construction for like 15 years now. I've worked my way through work up to a superintendent. I run work for the hospitals. I've been in hospital work most of that time. I did some other stuff with them. But I guess the reason why I'm looking for a pardon is it's hindering me at work. There's places, different banks that we work at, gas companies, and we're doing stuff at refineries. I'm unable to run work there. I'm unable to any place that they do background checks. I mean, whether they understand that, they just see that it's a felony and I'm not able to do it. It would be nice to be able to vest myself more in the workforce as to where I'm at. That also hinders me on like getting on the village boards and stuff like that, which that would be nice. I would like to be able to do that and have more influence there. And I guess another reason is everybody around where we live and my family is all grown up hunting, and my children are very interested in that. We do archery a lot, and I train or teach kids that alongside mine, but they're also interested in other hunting, where my wife and her family, they're all big hunters, and that's the stuff that I need to stay away from. And I deserve the punishment that I had. That was a bad thing. And I had already, I was not able to go into the Marine Corps. The Marines still were okay with it, but the district attorney said that was not an option. So that was taken, which is understandable. And then I served and did everything that was, accepted the punishments that were given to me, made sure that they were taken care of. And I would like it if that didn't flow to my kids too. I would like to be able to be a part of their life in the hunting side of it, in what they would like. I'd like to be able to enjoy that with them, alongside being able to move myself further in my career.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Excuse me. Sorry.
I'm just gonna open up for questions. Board members?
Yes.
Any questions? Cindy?
Morning, Mr. Berge. You mentioned you still maintain contact with 2 of the victims, and they wrote letters of support for your pardon application. What does that support mean to you?
Oh, it means a lot to me. I know that they forgive me. I mean, I'm still really good. Jeffrey and I hang out all the time yet. Ashley, we don't hang out nearly as much, it's just that she lives a long ways away, but I know that she's married and, her kids, and
it means a lot. Trisha, we were in contact for the first few years after the accident, and then life just changed. It wasn't, we just quit talking, I guess, and just kind of moved on. But yeah, it means a lot to me that they would do that for me.
Thank you.
Jerry?
Mr. Brady, you've been on the volunteer fire department for more than 20 years.
Yes, sir.
And when we hear applicants, they sometimes talk about how their felony prevents them from being a volunteer firefighter. Has that's been a problem for you?
Not being a volunteer firefighter, no, sir.
Okay. Good. Well, thank you for that service.
Absolutely.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Well, thank you for your time, Mr. Berge. I appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
You as well. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Todd Cutchins. Mr. Cutchins?
Can you hear us?
Hello?
We can hear you. We can't see you quite yet.
Okay. She's trying. I'm at the VA office in Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin. The veteran service officers help me with this. I don't write and read real well, and I can't actually work computers real well. It's not one of my high things, so you might get her face first. That work?
All right, perfect.
I can see you guys. I don't know if you can see me.
Yeah, she said.
Okay. Well, I'm Todd Cutchins. This is my ex-wife, Barb. She has some medical problems, and stuff, and we take care of each other pretty much. Laura was the lady that was just here. She's a veteran service representative, and she's helped me because I have a computer, but it doesn't have volume and it doesn't work real well. Well, I suppose I could start off with this. I have a letter here that I went with that we did together. If I could have her read it for me, because I don't read real well, if that's okay. It's from me. It's just, I'm just dyslexic. So
Yeah, we're happy to.
Is that okay?
Yeah, we're happy to do that, Mr. Cutchins. When we get to questions, I'm just gonna ask that you answer them for the board members if you're able, all right?
Yep, that's fine. All right. Who's gonna read this here?
Okay. It's well, I'm gonna read it as I'm him because it's easier. My offenses happened when I returned from Iraq in 1991. I had a really hard time adjusting to being home. I now know that I had PTSD. Everything was hard. I couldn't sleep, and I started drinking to help. As you know, that didn't work out very well. This is not an excuse. I am just letting you know my mindset at the time. I did the things which you know, and he can go into, I would never have done before, and I would never do today. The next section, shortly after I was released from prison, I moved away from the people and the places that I was at, and I needed a new start. I started going to meetings with other veterans. I started getting help and counseling at the VA hospital, and he got on meds for his PTSD and some other things. With the help of his doctor at the VA, which he's seen religiously. I helped out in the small town that we moved to. He did mowing and plowing of snow. He worked with the youth group. He joined the volunteer fire department. He worked on cars, lawnmowers, home repairs, whatever people needed. He just did it.
I did this in an own kindness of my heart. I didn't charge anybody anything.
Okay.
I'm a veteran and I receive VA benefits. So I can live comfortably on my VA benefits, and I do this stuff as a gift, basically, to help people out and take care of them.
He got really close with our elderly neighbors across the street, and he helped them a lot. The husband got cancer, and he did all of his stuff while he was still alive, and then he took care of his wife. She had moved from her sister's bedroom to her husband's bedroom, and she had never been alone, so she was very fearful. So he would go over there and walk her from her vehicle into the house at night. If it was dark and she was afraid, he'd check her house top to bottom to make sure their boogeyman wasn't there. She had a dog. If it barked, it would scare her. He would spend the night on the couch to make sure that she got a good night's sleep. And then for the end, I think I deserve, or I'm requesting a pardon, because in the last 29 years, he's
been
worked
good.
very hard on
29 years.
counseling, trying to understand his PTSD, stopped using anything as a crutch, alcohol, etc. He tries to be a good person. He does things for others as much as he can. He has
Here it
11,
comes.
yeah.
11 grandkids.
11
Yes, I have 11
grandkids.
my daughter is in the military. She's actually a high ranking officer.
The
Yeah.
grandkids go from 17 to 1. And
17 years.
the oldest is his grandson, and he really wanted to learn to hunt. So Todd would like to teach him that. But- Sorry. We also live in the country, and we have cougars,
Have cougars, bobcats,
coyotes.
bear.
There was even a bear 4 miles up the road from
Yeah.
us. And we can't protect
She got-
ourselves.
She got trapped by about 10 coyotes, had her pinned and we actually got away eventually, but it wasn't a good sight at the time.
And our grandkids spend a lot of time with us at our house. And he would like to be able to protect them if need be. Because they're his world. That's what he does all the time. So. You go.
I don't even know what to say. It's been 29 years, 29 years. It affects I can't even go to an Airbnb. You don't realize how much a felon has been restricted. You're not supposed to be in hotels. A lot of people don't know that. You're not even a pardon even affects your to be a family member. It doesn't even allow you to be a family member. If you had to go in front of a judge or something, they're gonna look at it as if you're a felon already. What I say was you can't have parental rights being a felon. It's one of the, I mean, there's so many restrictions. Job opportunity. I'm just grateful that I'm a veteran, that I could actually put myself out there to help others and do as I need. You probably see my supporting letters. It means a lot to me for them supporting letters. Judge Lynn Ryder, I've known her for over 30 years. I am veteran service representative here, 30 plus years. My life is totally different than what it used to be, 100%. You called me today and I don't know you. Call me if you need something. The lawyer that helped me write this up, I've been doing this part. I've been trying to do this part for 10 years or more. I've been trying to do it because my writing abilities and stuff have restricted me. Matt, if you see, my partner was sent in by a lawyer. The lawyer, I help him with anything he needs. He wished me luck. Matter of fact, he called last night and said, "Hey, good luck tomorrow," and it means a lot. You don't realize how much it means. And he helped me write all this up. We didn't leave anything out. We wouldn't hide anything. I got so much as a traffic ticket. That's all I got on my record. I'm staying good. No way I'm doing anything ever wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchins. Let's see if board members have any other questions for you. Board members? Judge Kremers.
Good morning, sir. It looks like in 2004 in Clayton County, Iowa, you charged with a
Yeah, I forgot all about that. Yeah, I did. I forgot all about that. Yes, I was charged for a gentleman that hit me in the back of the head with a pool cue. I was playing pool in a bar at the time, and we're playing pool for a beer, and he lost. He was like 11 beers down, and I told him, I called him a few names, told him he was a dink for not honoring what he owed, and when I turned around, I got clocked, and then I defended myself. And they asked me when I went to court. The judge said,
We didn't go to court. We went to
actually, I don't think we made it.
We went to
a hearing to see if I was even eligible to be charged or anything for it. And the judge they didn't think they should charge me for a crime. They think I should have paid his medical expenses, which I did cover. I covered his medical expenses. Because when I was on the ground, I reached behind me and I scratched at whatever I could get, and I got his eyeball, is what I did.
Since you were convicted of an assault, right?
No, I wasn't convicted of anything and nothing. I mean, I'm serious. I don't know about it if I was.
The records say you were convicted
Oh.
of an assault.
Okay.
Yeah,
We
okay.
don't live in Iowa.
I don't
so-
live in Iowa.
I'm asking Mr. Cutchins.
Yeah, I don't recall being convicted of an assault.
Okay.
I
Thank
mean,
you.
I'm not denying it. I just didn't know. I didn't know I was even convicted of that. I know the last time our court hearing, I just had to pay his medical expenses and out the door I went. I never even, no jail, no nothing.
Okay.
And his best friend testified in my behalf that he jumped me. So they didn't, no, I'll be checking into that though. I will be looking into that now.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. Cutchins, the DA in Rock County who reviewed your application for a pardon supports your getting a pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the
The
final.
judge, right, Jerry? Sorry, I thought
Okay.
you said DA.
All right, I'm sorry. The judge in Rock County supports your getting a pardon. How does that make you feel?
I didn't even know about this of a judge. If you're speaking of Judge Lynn Ryder, that's in Crawford County.
Okay. All right. And then let me just ask you this.
She's a retired judge.
What was the most significant thing that got you to treatment for PTSD?
Hitting rock bottom.
Okay.
The jail term, the going to jail and everything. I wanted better in my life. I had a daughter. I had 91 when I was in Iraq. I got wounded in Iraq. I have a Bronze Star. I'm very well decorated.
You were better than me.
As a veteran. I mean, I should never been. I should never. I didn't even the charges that I got for this. Resulted from a charge from a guy that was being really drunk and stupid. He was stealing money from a gas station. He was stealing cigarettes, and I walked away and left him. I left him there. I didn't have no part of this crime. Even the judge said he couldn't believe I was pleading guilty to this. Patrick Sheehan was my lawyer at the time. He embezzled all my money during my case. So I had to seek a public defender at the time. I don't believe I got a fair trial. The judge kept telling me not to plead guilty to it, but I was already in jail for so long that they offered me such a small amount of time. I just wanted out. I wanted to get back to my family and get my life straight.
Thanks, Mr. Cutchins. Good. Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Cutchins, I just want to make sure that you're clear. The judge who reviewed your record that Reverend Hancock was speaking to is separate from the judge who wrote your support letter. This is the judge in the county, in one of the counties where you were convicted.
Who would be the judge? Who would be the judge? I don't even know anything about this either.
So you might have remembered mailing at the time of your application notice to both the district attorney and the judge that you were seeking a pardon, because we give them the opportunity to provide input. So that's that judge.
I didn't know. I didn't know anything about that. Like I said, I like the other case that he mentioned in Iowa. I did not know about that either.
And Cindy, I see you have a question.
Well, I don't want to belabor this, but I think it's a little confusing from the record. It looks to me like the district attorney supports the application. One district attorney supports, one district attorney opposes, and one judge has no opinion. I'm not seeing the Rock County judge, even though it's in the summary document, Madam Chair, but I don't see it in the documents. So I think there's a little confusion about this, but we have a mixed review from the DAs and the judges. I think it's fair to say.
Well, my apologies. Thank you, Cindy. And Jerry, I apologize for correcting you.
Okay. I did have this last October, the year prior to this last year, I have neuropathy extremely in my lower half. I was bound in a wheelchair last October, not this last one, the one before. I fell and I was put in a wheelchair for 6 months roughly. I couldn't walk or do anything. I was uncomfortable in my life. Believe me, it was bad. This last October again, I ended up with sepsis and it went through my whole body. They had to cut me from wrist all the way through my back. I had every vein. My heart was destroyed. I have 40% heart capacity. I did die. I was dead for 70 minutes. In December, I passed a pulmonary embolism. I'm lucky to be here as of now. I mean, my life is, believe me, it's totally changed. I really appreciate getting us in and going where I'm at. My life right now is not medically is not real well, but that's where I'm at in my life right now.
Thank you, Mr.
So,
Hutchin.
yeah.
Appreciate your time and your
Yeah, I just wanted to
full
let you know.
support. So thank you, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too, hon. You have a good day. God bless you all.
All right, next up we have Shanice Jeffrey. Ms. Jeffries.
Yes, I'm here.
You can go right ahead, Ms. Jeffrey. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm not sure. It disabled the video?
We'll try prompting you to turn it on.
Oh, okay, I see it now. Hi. I'm just here today, asking for a pardon. I was convicted of felony intimidation of a witness in 2007, October of 2007, where I was placed on 3 years probation with a 3-year state sentence. I successfully completed the probation time. But the thing that I wanted to talk about was the involvement of what actually happened with the reason I was convicted. So as I said, I was convicted of felony intimidation of a witness, party to a crime. I was involved in a physical altercation with another child at the time. We were both juveniles. And I had a fight with this child because of a situation that my brother had going on. It was a case not inside of this case. And I didn't understand to the magnitude of what his case was. And when I seen her, I'm thinking, I know she was probably like a witness to the case. But I didn't know that at the time. I'm just thinking, like you told on my brother, woo. So I physically did fight this child, but we were both children. And I'm not taking anything from that because I know that this could have gave her major impacts in her life as well. I've never blamed her for it. To the date, I have never even seen this young lady again, So I can't say where she is in her life, but I can say where I am now and what I've gained from this situation as well as lost. So since then, I've had a child of my own. And in no way am I taking anything from that situation because I believe from hearing she have children too. I have a child. He'll be 17 in 2 weeks. I wouldn't want anyone to harm my child in the way that I harmed this child. So with that being said, I have completed probation successfully. I did the 3 years probation. Since then, I went on to college to MATC for a while. I wanted to go to nursing school. I couldn't with the felony that I had. So I chose another program. And with that, it was also said that with the felony I have, it was a chance that when it come up, I wouldn't be able to receive that either. And so with that, I went on to cosmetology school and I'm now a licensed cosmetologist. I do own a salon now. I've been owning my salon about 3 years now. I have completed anger management successfully, and I have also did volunteer work. I had to do community service. I can't remember about how many hours it was because it has been almost 20 years since this situation. But I have went on and volunteered at elderly homes at Ivy Manor out in West Bend. I'm also in a process. I want to open a group home and I actually want to work with the elderly and I want to work with children as well. But with this conviction, it makes it hard. It's not allowing me to do certain things. So I'm not saying that I can't be who I am today because I've made success out of the situation, but I am asking for a pardon to be able to continue to be the woman that I am today. I have one, I think I had one run-in with the law, and it was a what was it? I'm sorry. It was a obstructing the officer. This was about 2 years ago or so. It was obstructing the officer. They didn't charge me with anything. The judge just wrote it out as $100 citation. I paid the citation, and since then it haven't been nothing but maybe like minor traffic violations. It haven't been anything major. I haven't physically been in another jail cell since then. And with that conviction, I did do 3 months in Milwaukee County jail. But other than that, I'm here asking for a pardon just to free me of my past and to also give me the opportunity to continue to show who I have become today, and also as well to give opportunities to other children as well as my own.
Thank you,
So
Ms. Jeffrey.
that's what I'm here asking for today. It has been a long road for me, and through the time I have been impacted gratefully, you know. But other than that, that kind of sums up what I need help with today.
Thank you, Ms. Jeffrey. I think we have some questions for you. Jerry?
Yeah, Ms. Cherry, 2 things. The judge and the district attorney in Milwaukee County who
Okay.
reviewed your application for a pardon
Mhm.
support your getting a pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does that support make you feel?
I got like goosebumps. I am so ecstatic from that because I didn't know anything about that. I haven't reached out to a judge, a district attorney. I didn't know anything about that. So me hearing that today, I am like overly happy just to know that it's a support system behind me that I didn't even know about. I'm happy. Yeah.
Okay, now can I ask you about the crime?
Yes.
There were 10 other girls with you?
Yes.
And why were there 10 other girls with you at the time?
With this situation, as I said, it was more like my brother had a case going on, and it was like I looked at it like the victim was telling on my brother and was going to give him a long time in prison, but I wasn't understanding the impact that my brother had on somebody else's life and what it caused. So the other 10 people, I don't believe it was up to 10 people. I'm not even sure, sir. I was gone out of my mind at the time, and I was dealing with a whole lot of anger. But nobody else was charged in this incident. The only one was charged was me. So
And you targeted this other girl because you knew she was going to testify against your brother.
see, at the time, I didn't know much about like testifying in the courts and how it worked, but I knew that she had said something to officers. That's what I knew. I didn't know anything else at the time.
Okay, well,
I did target the individual based on that. I did.
Yeah. One of the witnesses said that here you say to the victim, "We know it's you. We got your name off the subpoena list."
I don't know about that. I don't know about that because at that time, I don't even know that they gave us a subpoena list. I don't know how I found out about that. I'm not sure. And I'm not taking nothing from it. It could have happened like that. But
Okay.
whatever, we were all like, I had little cousins that was friends with her. So it could have just been word of mouth, and I heard it from them stating that she said this. I don't really remember that, sir, but I don't think I seen a subpoena list at the time with her name on it. I don't even think they would give you that. But I'm not sure. I'm not going to take anything from that because I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Cindy?
Yeah, good morning, Miss Jeffrey. I just want to follow up on the crime. I appreciate your taking responsibility for your actions, both in your application and here today, and your understanding of the impact it had. It's a really disturbing crime because I think our whole criminal justice system is based on citizen involvement. and people
It
feeling
is.
like, right? And people feeling like they can be a witness, they can, be a juror, they can be
As
involved in the
they should.
system as they should, without retribution, without fear of
Right.
safety. And so this crime really is disturbing.
It is.
Can you speak to that a little more about, as a mother now,
Yes.
if your child was a victim, or if you were a victim, how you might feel about this?
Well, now I know that the things that I did was not like at all. I would not want that for my child at all. I would be horrified if something like that happened to my child, let alone, any other child. Now I'm the one, at the time I couldn't understand that, but now I'm the one behind the phone calling the police when I see big escalations of teenagers and, things like that. So I totally understand now, from being a mother, being just in the community and the environments we live in, and seeing the stupidity and the things that go on now, and knowing that at one point in my life, I was part of the problem when I didn't even know I was being a problem. I couldn't understand that, but even seeing that my brother was a part of the problem for the situation he was in, and I couldn't see that then. We don't get taught these things at home or in our environments. You taught tough way, tough love, and it just don't amount out to nothing at the end. And seeing all these young kids being slain because of these same type of incidents, it really hurt my heart. It does. And I would never want this to happen to another child, not her children, my child, because I have actually had a nephew that was killed in 2022. So it's definitely different for me.
I'm sorry for your loss. And I think
Thank
we
you.
all recognize that we're different at 17 years old than we
And
are.
I told when I found out who did that to him. So it showed me just the growth in myself, because now I'm on the other end of that situation. And now I'm the quote unquote snitch, but I didn't care.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Jeffrey. Other questions from the board? All right, that covers it then, Ms. Jeffrey. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too. Thanks a lot. Have a great one.
Thank you. Next up, we have Abigail Miller. Ms. Miller. All right, and when Ms. Miller is getting unmuted and on camera here, I'm just going to ask everyone, please do try to stick to 3 minutes for that initial description of those 3 questions. I want to make sure that we can get to board member questions and get to everyone on time today.
Hello.
Hello, Ms. Miller.
Good morning. My name's Abigail Miller. I grew up in Manitowoc with my parents and younger sister. I went to Catholic school my whole life, very active in sports, good grades. Graduated from high school and went on to college. I wanted to be a nurse. During this time, I fell down the stairs at my apartment and injured my tailbone. I went through various physical therapy and eventually was referred to a pain clinic. I was receiving shots in my back and a low-dose pain medication. After a while, that didn't provide relief, so I was left with very little options. I eventually left the clinic, and being in this pain made working in everyday life hard. I had a friend who offered me a oxycodone to help with the pain. I, at the time, didn't think it was a big deal because I was getting it from the doctor prior. It was just a higher dose. And it was the first time I experienced relief in a long time, but I was very naive to the destruction this decision would cause me in the future. I started taking oxycodone here and there. I didn't think at the time it was a problem because I was maintaining my life, but in addiction that only lasts for so long. I ended up losing my apartment, falling behind on bills, just scraping by. February 18th, 2015 was the first time I realized how much control I lost. I was charged with a delivery of a Schedule II narcotic. I got sentenced to 6 months in jail where I served 2 and the rest was stay imposed. While I was going to court for this charge, I got charged in a different county for possession of heroin and other drug paraphernalia. At this point, I thought this was all my life could be. I was defeated, embarrassed, ashamed. Kept keeping the same company, making poor decisions, and not caring about my life. One day I felt something different. I remember actually just like praying for a sign if there was any way out of this. And shortly after, I found out I was pregnant. I moved back to my mother's house. took a little bit for me to get it right, but since September of 2021, I have been completely sober, done a lot of counseling to deal with the root of the problems that were keeping me stuck in addiction. I've maintained successful treatment plans, meeting my goals, found healthy alternatives to dealing with the pain. I've maintained employment at the same job, showing up on time, taking pride in my work. I recently made the decision to go back to college, where I'm halfway through a degree in accounting and making the dean's list every semester. I recently received a certificate from the IRS for being part of the Volunteer Income Tax Association, where we file taxes for elderly and disabled people for free. But most importantly, I have a healthy son who's my whole world. He's given me purpose and appreciation for life that I've never felt before. I feel like I am a functioning and contributing member of society now, which on paper might not seem like much, but it's something that was unachievable to me years ago. I'm asking for this pardon as it's my dream to go back to school for nursing because I know I was put here to help. This desire goes further than wanting to finish my degree. My father had alcohol-induced dementia, and we cared for him at home as long as it was safe. Eventually, he had to move to a nursing home. Seeing the way he was treated at certain facilities and the lack of knowledge professionals had for this disorder was disheartening. So I would like to finish my degree and use it to spread awareness and knowledge about dementia and the various ways it can present itself. Also, as an addict, there's a lot of fear and judgment with seeking help. I want to be a part of the change for this, to be a safe space to provide care for all walks of life, judgment-free, and show others that there's life after this, and to show my son never to give up, and with hard work and determination, all things are possible. I believe this pardon would help me continue my path to a successful future and not only change my life, but hopefully someone else's too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Yep. Good morning, Ms. Miller. Congratulations on your sobriety
Thank
since
you.
2021. Can you tell us a little bit about, excuse me, how you maintain that sobriety?
I am in a clinic where I have to do regular counseling, regular drug assessments. They have a lot of other things too. And then in the town I'm in, they have a group called the Lighthouse, which is like a recovery center. My son's grandpa does a lot of the meetings there and stuff, so we'll be involved in things with that. And I really think just having my son, I mean, honestly, it's not even an option, a want. I don't have the desire. I just want to continue on the path I'm on. I couldn't imagine living like I did a few years ago now.
Well, good for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Miller. I believe that covers it then. Appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. I appreciate your guys' time too.
Thank you. Next up, we have Linda Flores. Ms. Flores?
Can you hear me?
We can. There we go.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Linda Flores. I'm 56 years old. In 1998, I caught my first felony drug case, which was possession with intent to deliver marijuana. I was sentenced to 2 years probation on that case. March of 1999, I caught my second felony, which was intent to deliver cocaine, and I got sentenced to 2.5 years in prison and 2 years parole. While I was incarcerated, there was really not much to do. I did take a building maintenance class, which I wasn't able to complete because I was moved to Ellsworth right before I finished. When I did get released, I did AODA at the Benedict Center, where I had volunteered with them to do the needle exchange and the HIV testings, where I would interpret for the Spanish-speaking people that went. I would give out clean needles and spread awareness about sexually transmitted diseases. I started reading a lot of self-help books to better myself. And I was able to work on some of my past traumas that I had. Um, since then, when I got out, I worked a couple of temporary service jobs. In 2015, I was a tax preparer for 5 years. I also opened up my own landscape and home improvement company. I was doing great there until COVID hit, and unfortunately, I had to close it down. In 2019, I also received my real estate license. The guy that I was working for got really sick, and he could no longer run his company, so I didn't pursue it no more. In 2022, I'm sorry, I did go to school and I got my CDL ACE. I presently, for the past 2 years, have been working for Goldright Transportation. I've been driving the UWM shuttle for 2 years. But just since this year, March 17th, I injured myself at work, so I haven't been to work. I am doing physical therapy, going to a pain management. I really enjoy driving. If I get this pardon, I would be able to actually drive a school bus for the children. That having the 2 felonies or any felony at all, serious felonies, prevents you from driving a school bus here in Milwaukee. So if I was able to get a pardon, I would be able to apply for I applied 3 times and I didn't know that that's what was stopping me from working for them. But if I get a pardon, then I would be able a school bus.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Questions from the board? Jerry?
Ms. Flores, in your application, you said that you committed these crimes in order to provide for your children. How are your kids doing?
I started this cycle, trying to support them. Right now, both of my daughters are in the healthcare field. I stopped the chain with them and my grandchildren. I have grandchildren. I have grandchildren that are in college. They know my story. They know that it's something hard, and I don't want them to do that. The younger ones, I have them in sports. Where I live now is in the inner city, so they see it, and I explain to them, that what I did was wrong. I helped destroy a lot of this community. And with my grandkids and with their friends, I'm trying to help them and be positive so they don't go in the same roads that I went.
So your daughters are working in the healthcare field, and you
Yes.
have grandkids in college?
Yes, I have a granddaughter. She's in MATC right now. She's trying to be a lawyer. I have a 16-year-old grandson that's going to finish high school, but he's in Marquette and MATC. He wants to be a doctor. I have another grandson that's in college. He's trying to be in business. So yeah, I'm trying to steer them the best way that I can, and they're determined to make it.
And you're a little proud of them.
I'm very proud of them. Yes, I'm very proud of them.
Thank you.
Other questions? Judge Grummers?
So this might not be you, but there's somebody with similar initials or name has received a number of civil judgments against them in Milwaukee County in 2021, 23, 24, and $4,000 or $5,000 for each one. Is that
I own 3 properties, and I kind of fell behind a little bit in paying my taxes.
I see.
Yeah, so I'm up there paying them so I can get back to where I was at.
Okay. And then in 2008, were you arrested for a kidnapping charge?
I was arrested. I was not charged. It was my daughter's friend. Apparently she had a fight with her boyfriend. She came to stay with us. She wanted to get her stuff from his house. She didn't want to be with him no more. That's what she kept telling us. So she wanted her stuff out the house that night. And I kept telling her, like, things happen, people argue. Why don't we wait until the morning to get your stuff if that's what you really want to do? And she was insistent that we go get her stuff. As we went to get her stuff, we got stopped by MPD, and we also got stopped by a detective. We let the detective know, what was going on, the situation. They asked her, they questioned her, and she said, that she got into the fight with him and she wanted her stuff out. So as the detective is telling her, he's like, I think it was like 2 a.m, something like that. It was early in the morning. He said, why don't you come back during the day if you really want to get your stuff? After we left the next day, I come back home and there's a lot of police outside. My daughter, she's out there with the police. And when I asked them what was going on, I asked my name. I gave them my name and they arrested me. We were locked up for 5 days. And when I finally got questioned by a police officer, I let them know this is all false. Like the detective and the police, I said, have you talked to them? And they didn't know nothing about that. We had got stopped by the police and the detectives by her house. As they were releasing us, they arrested her because she falsely lied because she didn't come home that night. She was here with us.
I see. All right. Thank you.
Mhm.
Cindy.
Good morning, Ms. Flores. You may have heard me ask previous applicants this, but as part of the application process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support for their application, and you chose not to submit any. Can you tell us why not?
I wasn't quite sure like who to go to. I didn't just want to send my ask my family for letters. I don't speak to the majority of my family just because I try to steer away from all the negativity that's going on. I rarely have like all the friends that I used to have. I dropped them because of that situation as well. I wish everybody the best, but that's not the type of life that I'm trying to live anymore. So therefore, I really didn't have a lot of people to ask.
Well, I'll just say this for the benefit of others too, that those letters are very valuable to the board because you want us to see who you are today, not who you were back then. And whether it's from your employer or a family member or a neighbor, they can be very valuable to us. So thank you for your response.
Thank you.
Jerry.
One more question. The judge and DA in Milwaukee County who reviewed your application, they support your getting a pardon. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel great. I'm glad that I got the support behind me, even though that I didn't know that I had that kind of support behind me. It makes me feel good because it knows that regardless of what my situation is, I have another chance, and I got people that's really rooting on me, because I'm doing the right thing.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Next up, we have Tawanda Harrington. Ms. Harrington.
Hello and good morning.
Oh, Ms. Harrington, I think that your audio is cutting out and your video is frozen.
Wife, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay. Was I breaking up too much? Because I can kind of move.
Yeah, it's a little choppy still.
Okay. Is this okay or better?
Yeah, I think that's better. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. So I at the age of 23, I did commit a crime for which I was convicted. And It was for possession with intent to deliver THC to a facility. I was visiting my now husband, and I was bringing marijuana in. I accepted full responsibility for that. I did get convicted in 1999, and I had to serve 6 months in jail with 5 months probation. That 5 months probation was extended to 7 because I had fees that I was not aware of, and I learned about close to the end of my probation. So they extended the supervision just so that I could pay those fees. But since then, and even since the incident, I have not had any criminal activity, minor traffic violations, like, but nothing above that. I ended up marrying the person that I was visiting in prison. We're coming up on 23 years in 2 weeks. We have 7 sons together. None of these sons have any criminal history or activity going on. They're all very, very good people. As a matter of fact, our youngest one graduates high school tonight. So in what made me ask for the pardon is I'm an entrepreneur. I've had several businesses. The most recent one, I went for a license within this business and I was denied because of this felony. Prior to that, I applied in Wisconsin to be a caregiver for my grandmother, and I was denied, even though I was her family. I was denied because of the felony. Since I couldn't actually care for her the way, like, full time and be paid for it, she had to be relocated. And she moved to Arkansas with my parents. My parents moved her down here. We all moved down here in Arkansas in 2015 after losing a son. And so we moved down to care for them. We are here building our own life. I have involvement with the city, with the mayor's office, with the council members. And, you know, my goal is to be able to, 1, travel, and 2, not have my past kind of shadowing my life right now at 52. And also to be a symbol of what can happen, or, you know, what to stay away from, all of that for my sons. So yeah, that is why I am here today.
Thank you, Ms. Harrington. Questions from the board? Cindy.
Good morning, Ms. Harrington. I'd like to talk about the crime a little bit more. You were visiting your now husband. You had a son with you at the time, I think? I think that's what it says. You were with your son?
No, so my son wasn't with me. I was with my other friend, and 3 of her kids.
Gotcha. Okay.
Were with her.
Okay. And you had 6 balloons filled with THC that you intended to pass on to the person you were visiting?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you speak about the impact of that on the people who live and work in that facility? When someone introduces drugs, it really endangers the safety of all the residents, all the staff. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yes, and I understand that it does. I mean, they're doing their jobs, and they're already dealing with criminals or prisoners or people that have done bad things inside the facility, and to have someone from the outside come in and kind of make that worse. Yeah, I do know that. I'm not proud of it at all. I've never been proud of it. It's not something to brag on. And I do know that I did hinder their jobs, you know, because not only do they have to watch their surroundings and the people that they're there to watch over or to supervise, but to have someone come from the outside and add to that, it's not cool. It's
Well,
not
it's
good.
not just the staff, it's the other residents there, other
Yeah.
people's brothers and sons, that their lives are endangered. Their safety is endangered too. So it's not just,
Correct.
it's everyone there. My second question to you, and you may have heard me ask previous applicants, but as part of the application process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support, and you chose not to submit any. Can you tell us why not?
So I think I overlooked that because I do have a lot of support out here. Like I could have had, individuals that I work with in the city here in Pine Bluff that know me as present day, and it's been 29 years. So there are a lot of people that, one, can't believe that I have a felony. Two, that have, that would come to me or for advice or recommendations themselves. So I've had to, do that for other people. So I don't know. I think it might have just slipped past me because I do have a lot of support and people that will vouch for the person that I am today.
Yeah. Well, you hit the nail on the head because that's you want us to see who you are today, not who
Yes.
you were back then. And those letters can be really valuable. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, Jerry.
I'm sorry. Ms. Harrington, the judge in Dodge County who reviewed your application for a pardon supports your getting a pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does the judge support make you feel?
I was happy to see that. So I did receive the email or actually a physical letter with that approval, and it did make me feel pretty good and pretty confident that, I was doing something right, because I know you guys do have to review what's on paper, black and white, without talking to me. So it did give me some happiness.
Good, thank you.
Mhm.
All right, I don't see any other questions. So Ms. Harrington, thank you for your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, you as well.
Thank you. Next up, we have Deon Ferguson. Mr. Ferguson?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, sorry, I don't have a camera accessibility. I didn't want to use Zoom and drop out. I'm using through my phone through Zoom.
That's okay, we can do audio only.
So today I am asking to get a chance for a pardon for felony possession of THC. I'm gonna jump back to before the offense happened because today it's 23 years from the date that I enlisted into the military. Then I graduated, got accepted into NASCAR Tech Institute down in North Carolina. I transferred to an engineering unit down there. I got mobilized for a 15-month tour to Iraq. Now, before we set boots on ground, I did extra training, became a combat lifesaver to get all this extra certification done. And while there, had instances happen that caused physical and mental injuries to me. I do have PTSD from incidents that happened there, and do have lumbar radiculopathy, nerve damage in my legs from incidents that happened there. So then I'm going to fast forward to the charge where I had come to use cannabis to help with these ailments that I had dealt with over the years. And I got caught on a visit by probation, and they took me in, and I got revoked, sat my time, went back to court, went through drug court. I almost got to the end. They decided not to let me graduate, and it kind of threw me through a bundle, so I terminated from drug court, got resentenced, had served time for jail. I had to do another 15 months of probation. I completed that. while completing that, I was going to Mid-State Technical College here in Wisconsin for renewable electricity technician, and I got my associates in that. And then I ran into a little trouble about 2015, and I got an OWI due to cannabis in my system. Hit rock bottom there. Met a social worker there that got me an opportunity to get into the VA Medical Center in Toma for dual diagnosis and substance abuse. And I completed all my jail time and those programs before going in front of the judge for sentencing. And after I got out of all that stuff, I was still on probation for a year, had the ignition interlock for 3 years, got rid of all that, got accepted to UW Point for pre-engineering degree. Didn't complete that, had mental and medical issues that the VA helped me get taken care of. So now I'm just going through and getting my life taken care of. They finally covering me full mental and medical health. They've gotten my teeth fixed. I'm about to get my teeth fixed even more. I don't know much more to say on how much I've grown, but I would like to be able to help my community and abroad with the knowledge that I've gained, because right now I'm totally and permanently disabled and have hard times moving around, but I would actually like to be able to help other people outside of Wisconsin, the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Board members, questions? Jared.
Mr. Ferguson, if you would like to, you mentioned that you were in an engineering unit, but then you became, did you call it a combat rescue specialist?
A combat lifesaver. It's a 2-week training course we take to be basically assistants to combat medics in case medical emergencies arise on the battlefield. Okay. I did that for 2 weeks before I left the United States, because we mobilized at Fort Dixon, New Jersey for about 45 days. And that's where I did that combat lifesaver training. And then we landed in Kuwait for about two weeks, and then I spent a full year in Iraq, and then I demobbed at Fort Bragg for about 2 or 3 weeks.
And did you have to use that training when you were in Iraq?
Yes. Yeah. We got into a really bad accident outside of Saddam's hometown in Tikrit, and had a massive pileup through a checkpoint and had about a dozen soldiers get injured, and I had to cordon off the whole convoy area because I was at the front of the convoy. I was right behind the lead gun truck, and I had to go and service. It was one of the only other combat lifesaver that was in the convoy. She had gotten injured, and I had to assist about 4 or 5 other injured soldiers into a Black Hawk to get them to a base that we were hauling stuff to.
Okay. And when you got home, what was the critical moment in your PTSD treatment?
When I got down to Toma VA Medical Center and got all that help from them. Like I didn't find out that I had PTSD until I was in drug court, and I got more exams on my back, and then they had me go through other tests, and I didn't realize it was a test for that, and they come back and tell me that I got PTSD. So, I mean, that was a start, but the biggest break was at Toma VA when I was there for the dual diagnosis treatment program.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Other questions from the board? Eric.
It appears that in 2020, you had a non-criminal citation for disorderly conduct. Is there anything more that you could tell the board about that?
I had a little verbal confrontation with one of the clerks at the dental office in the Toma VA Medical Center. I was trying to get some teeth pulled, and they kept on beating me around the bush saying that I couldn't get it covered, even though I was fully 100% covered at that time. And I asked them if I told them that do I need to come down there and watch you guys get my paperwork together so I can go to Madison and get my teeth done? And after that, I just got a call from the VA police, and I had the civil hearing at the Monroe County courthouse through phone, and I accepted it, and I apologize for being aggressive in that manner, and paid my fine in full at that time.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Ferguson. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Next up, we have Deborah Hutchian.
Close.
I'm sorry. Can you tell me how to say it
that's
correctly?
okay. That's okay. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to discuss my case. There are 5 convictions of a Class H felony of theft of movable property. At that time in my life, I was undergoing surgeries to my knee and my shoulder. I was put on painkillers, which I ended up getting addicted to. I also had a mother who had cancer and was bedridden. I took advantage of the situation, and when my dad would ask me to come over and sit with her so he could run some errands, I would take their jewelry and pawn it so I could buy some more pills off the street. Since this whole situation has occurred, I have entered into a methadone program in October of 2015 and have been clean ever since. I have lost contact with my mom for 30 days during that time, and I lost trust. I lost my dad's trust. That was the worst of the whole situation. Since then, I have gotten my dad's trust back. Unfortunately, my mom passed shortly after. My dad never once let my mom know what I did, and I thank him for that every day. I have gotten a job as a yellow bus driver, but due to having a heart attack in August, I have since lost that job. The DMV took my license for 6 months due to the heart attack. Before the bus driving job, it took a few years to get a job due to my record and the convictions on my record. One job I applied for specifically said they were worried that that if I was on a field trip with the kids, that I would go through the children's backpacks and take things from them. Now that I have my license back, I have the same issue as before. No one will hire me with the convictions on my record. I have since changed. I have counseling sessions once a month. I have a great relationship with my dad. The biggest reason I want this problem is for my dad, or I'm sorry, the biggest reason I want this pardon is for my dad. My dad is my biggest believer, and he is in heart failure now. And I want to get a job driving again because I love dealing with the children.
Ms. Fuchan, thank you. Questions from the board? Just one from me. You said that in 2015 you got into a methadone program. Have you been sober since 2015?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else from the board? All right. Thank you for your time, Ms. Fuchan. Hope you enjoy your weekend, and I appreciate your time today. Oh, I'm
Mel,
sorry.
I'm
Jerry?
sorry. Yes.
Yes.
I do. Ms. Hudson, the judge who reviewed your application for a pardon, Judge Elke, who is the judge who sentenced you, supports your getting a pardon. How does that make you feel?
It's amazing. I actually just found it out from my the people that are working with me, and I'm thrilled that he's helping me. I mean, that he's in support of it. I'm honestly, I have no, I can't I can't speak about it because I'm just lost for words, because it's just amazing. It feels great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll wish you a good weekend. Thank you.
You too. Bye-bye.
Next up, we have Johnny Bonner. Mr. Bonner.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. We don't have video quite yet. Are you able to turn that on?
Okay.
There we go.
Got me on. Good morning. Name is Johnny Bonner, and I'm here to seek a pardon for I had a felony conviction in August of 1993 for operating without owner's consent, which I do own that, take full responsibility. And my sentence was 60 days in house correction. I had 2 years probation, 100 hours of community service, which I've done all of that. And from that time on, 1996, I got myself involved into a ministry because I needed to change my life, get awakening. And I've been in the ministry for 30 years. In 2004, I got my associate's degree in theology from Agape Love Bible College. And in 2009, I got my license, my ordination. And in 2021, I got my master's in Christian counseling. I've been employed as a truck industry for over 30 years as a commercial driver. I've been in the ministry for 30 years, and I've been pastoring for 18 years. So I've really been putting work in and changing my life, trying to do better. And I'm seeking this pardon because it's kind of a hindrance to what I'm trying to do. It's really hard for me to do certain things, but I'm trying to redeem myself, a redemption, because it's been a long time. I put the work in. I did my best to make my life better. I think I'm on the right track. I've been doing this a long time now. I'm just trying to get this redemption and get a pardon and get a forgiveness for my past crimes I did back in 1993. And that's why I'm here today for.
Thank you, Mr. Bonner. Questions from the board? Jerry.
Mr. Bonner, a couple of things. The DA in Milwaukee County who reviewed your application for a pardon supports your getting a pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does the DA's support make you feel?
I'm very grateful. I'm very full of gratitude. I'm very grateful for that. I didn't know that, but I'm very grateful. It's given me a hope for redemption. I'm very grateful for that.
Good. And let me just say, as a fellow minister, you had some very nice letters about your pastoral care for people that you work with. And I was impressed by the level of care you provide.
Thank you. Thank you.
And also, I'm impressed with your courage to submit your transcript from your master's program. You have more courage than I would have from my master's program, but you did get straight A's.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Bonner. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Okay, thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Holstrom, I see you are on camera. You're our last applicant. Please go right ahead.
Awesome. My name is Lacey Holstrom. I am here requesting a pardon per my conviction interfering with child custody. That was October 25th, 2018. Sorry. So in 2016, my daughter Brill and I moved with my then partner Kevin in Oregon. During this time, Kevin and I had our first child together, Elijah. However, things quickly turned for the worse. Confrontations over Kevin's cheating quickly led towards continued violence from him, directed at myself and Brielle. In addition, Brielle began exhibiting behaviors that led me to become terrified at the level of abuse that Kevin was aiming towards her. After Elijah was born, things continued to spiral as Kevin began accusing me that Elijah was not his. At this point, the abuse became so severe that I fled for my safety for the safety of my two children. Elijah was Kevin's son, so despite being separated, I made sure Elijah was still able to continue to visit him. However, these exchanges became increasingly dangerous, leading to one incident in April 2017 where he pushed me while holding our son in my arms and spit on me. This led to me obtaining a restraining order against Kevin.
Take your time, Ms. Holstrom.
Sorry. Sorry. Things finally hit an apex in September of 2017 when my daughter Brielle disclosed the sexual abuse she had suffered while we lived with Kevin, and Child Protection Services in Jackson County, Oregon became involved. In April 2018, my restraining order against Kevin came up for review. The judge did not renew the order, despite my fear of Kevin. That fear was founded as shortly after the abuse was back. In June of 2018, as there was no longer any protection from Kevin, I fled to Wisconsin with my daughter Brielle and our joint child, Elijah, who at the time I had sole legal custody of. Without the restraining order, I no longer felt that there was any way I could protect myself and my children from Kevin. So I took my children and fled to Wisconsin where I had family. So I am aware of what I've done, and I'm sorry for what I've done. I'm here to pardon that due to it was done out of the wrong process. I should have done it the right way instead of taking control in my hands and doing it the wrong way. Since my conviction in 2019, I have taken full responsibility for my actions, and I have focused on becoming the best possible mother and a productive member of my community here in Wisconsin. As I continue to seek and improve myself, a pardon would allow me more opportunities while searching for employment, volunteering in my children's school, and open more doors where I can give back to my community. In December of 2019, I obtained my Associate of Science degree in Healthcare Management from Ultimate Medical Academy. A pardon would go great lengths to allow me to give back in the health field. I'm currently a certified nurse assistant for a county here in Wisconsin. I do and would like to proceed forward with possibly getting my RN or LPN.
Thank you, Ms. Holstrom. We'll open it up to see if we have any questions for you. Board members, Judge Carmers.
Good morning, Ms. Holstrom.
Hi.
Couple of questions about your current situation. How old is your son now?
He is 9. He'll be 10 in September.
Okay. And what's the current custody status, visitation arrangements that are in place with respect to Elijah?
Sure. So I have supervised visitation. We do video chat on either Google Meets or FaceTime via iPhones, and that's Sunday, Wednesdays, and Saturdays.
So is he with his dad?
Yeah.
And so you just see him via Zoom?
Yes. We have gone to Oregon twice to visit with Elijah in person as well.
Okay. And how old is your daughter?
She is 15, will be 16 next month.
Okay. And she's with you,
Yes.
not from that relationship, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Other questions on the board? Cindy.
I'm trying to unmute, sorry. Good morning, Ms. Holstrom.
Good morning.
Your sentence for your felony, if I'm correct, was 10 days in jail.
Correct. So I actually, when I was arrested, I turned myself in. I was in jail for 2 days.
Mhm.
And then once I was convicted or sentenced fully, I then was told to go to jail for, I believe it was a total of 3 days. So I got out for good behavior.
Okay.
It was less than 10.
And that completed the sentence for this.
Correct. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jerry.
When you came back from Wisconsin with both the kids, you stayed for a while with your brother, is that correct?
Correct. And my ex-partner as well.
Okay. And your brother, you lived at 2127 Wisconsin Street in the town of Quincy?
Correct.
and that's your brother's house?
That was my ex-partner's home. We were renting from him. Yes.
Okay. And your brother was there too?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. And your brother is on the sex offender registry. Is that correct?
He is.
Okay. And just to be clear, you're asking us for a pardon because you feel you were justified in leaving Oregon in violation of the court status with your son. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Ms. Holstrom. That covers it for us. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. All right, that's our last applicant of the morning session. So at this time, I will entertain a motion to move into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub a sub d and sub f for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases, considering specific applications, and considering financial, medical, social, and or personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion? Judge Kremers, do I have a second? Anthony, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Board members will ask for just a moment to stop our live stream. Good afternoon, everyone. If you're just joining us from the Zoom waiting room, we're going to give everyone a minute to get in and get connected, and then we'll get started shortly. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I think we have folks in from the waiting room and our live stream has picked up. So good afternoon. My name is Mel Barnes. I am Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members, go through a little bit of housekeeping about how today's hearing will work, and then we'll get started hearing from all of you. So with us today, we have board member Anthony Cooper Sr., who is the CEO of Focused Interruption, an organization dedicated to interrupting the devastating cycle of violence with help from the community. Mr. Cooper received a pardon from Governor Evers in January of 2021. We have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. We have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the deputy secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. And finally, we have board member Eric Liberator, who's the incoming Assistant Director of Student Success and incoming Assistant Teaching Professor at Marquette University Law School. He previously served as a supervising attorney at Disability Rights Wisconsin and in the governor's office. And I'll note that none of our board members are representing their employers here today. So a couple housekeeping notes. Please keep in mind that today's hearing is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. So we'll ask you to keep your video off and yourself muted until it is your turn to be heard by the board. That way we can focus on the person who is presenting. If you do run into any IT issues with the Zoom, don't worry, someone will give you a call and help you try to troubleshoot that. If it means we need to come back to you because Zoom isn't cooperating when it's your turn, we can certainly do that. Otherwise, we're going to call on folks in the order listed in the agenda and open meeting notice. Each applicant will have 5 minutes total to share their story with the board. We'll ask you to spend the first 3 of those 5 minutes speaking to the questions that you were sent in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, those are to 1, please give us a brief summary of the offense you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. 2, to please give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including community involvement, employment, essentially where you're at now and how your life is different than the time of your offense. 3rd, and finally, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you spend 3 minutes speaking to those questions, we'll open it up to any follow-up questions the board may have for you. Don't read too much into it either way. If we do or don't have questions for you, we have spent a lot of time with your application materials before today's hearing, and as you know, those are quite thorough. If we do have questions, though, it's very important that we get to those so that we can make a thoughtful recommendation to the governor. But once you're done with any of those questions, you're welcome to log off and leave the Zoom hearing. Once everyone's been heard, the board will meet in closed session and decide whether or not to recommend your application to Governor Evers for a pardon. The governor will make the final decision about whether or not to grant you a pardon. And either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing about 1 to 2 months from today. We know you've been patient just to get to hearing day, so thank you for giving us just a little bit more time to make those recommendations to Governor Evers. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started with our first applicant this afternoon, which is Kent Thompson. Mr. Thompson.
Good evening, good afternoon. My name is Kent Edward Thompson.
Mr. Thompson, we can hear you. We can't see you quite yet. Are you able to turn on your video?
Allow.
There we go.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
All right. I am here today seeking a pardon for my felonies. The first one is 3 burglaries. They happened back in 1981. I was young. I was still in high school. My parents moved to California. I was here on my own. I'm not very good at this. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I can't talk.
Take your time, Mr.
So my sentence I received was, I believe it was 2 years probation and restitution, which I completed. The second one, I believe, happened in 1986. It was felony theft, I believe. It's been so long, I don't exactly remember what they were. And at the time, I was addicted to drugs and alcohol, and to support my habit, I went to scrapping. Since then, a lot has happened with me with drugs and alcohol. I've had very bad driving record, as you could probably see. I've had several OWIs. I've had pretty much good employment. I was a heavy equipment operator. I was a self-taught diesel mechanic for some years. And then I did side jobs. I was self-employed for so many years. And then with my drugs and alcohol, I was involved in 4 very bad snowmobile accidents, which one I was med flighted. And so to go on, then it's been so many years, I did so many different things. But now I am currently employed. I met my wife at one of my jobs. I'm a CDL Class A truck driver. I met my current wife. I've been with her for 12 years now. And she was the best thing that ever happened to me. We got married right after I got my snowmobile accident. But the only way she would marry me if I was to quit drinking and doing drugs. Well, which I basically did. I quit drinking a few years ago from my injuries of my snowmobile accident. My shoulders got really bad, and I had to have surgery on it, and I was using marijuana to help me with the pain. Well, since then, I ended up failing a drug test, a CSA drug test through my job. And I've completed the course. And I think it's been 2 years, almost 3 years now. But I haven't drank alcohol in 15 years. And I am asking to try to get a pardon because, I've been with my current employer 11 years. And I'm asking to get a pardon because I want to try to better myself with employment. I want to try to get some endorsements for my CDL that involve background checks. And I'm always helping other people out. As my wife would say, I don't spend enough time with her. I'm always busy helping other people.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Thompson. We can open up to questions from the board if you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready. Thank you.
Okay, board members, questions for Mr. Thompson? Jerry?
Mr. Thompson, the
Yes.
district attorney in Milwaukee County reviewed your application for a pardon, and they support your getting a pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does the DA's support make you feel?
Makes me feel very good inside.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Eric?
Yeah, just wanted to clarify. So you've paid all the restitution that you were ordered to pay in these cases?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you recall if the extensions of your probation were related to continuing to pay that?
Yes, it was. I'm sorry, I forgot to say I was extended because of that. Yes, you brought up a good point. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you very much for seeing me today. You guys also have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
All right.
Next up, we have Christopher Ramos. Mr. Ramos.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Are you able to turn on your video? There we go.
All right, let's see. I've been practicing this all day, trying to make sure I get this camera right.
We can see you. You're got it.
Thank you guys so much. Should I just go ahead? I made some notes that I was going to read to you guys just to make sure.
Yes, please.
So good afternoon, and thank you to the board for giving me the opportunity to speak today and present my case. My name is Christopher Ramos. I was born and raised in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and I'm currently 45 years old. In March of 1999, when I was 18 years old, I was charged with felony armed robbery, party to a crime. I received that felony because I made the decision to assist individuals by driving them to commit a robbery. Although I did not enter the establishment, carry a weapon, or directly participate inside, I still take full responsibility for my role in that crime. I made the decision to be involved, and I regret that decision deeply. At the time, my family and I were dealing with financial struggles, and instead of making responsible choices, I exercised poor judgment and made a decision that could have changed my life forever. I was facing up to 45 years in prison. After sentencing, Judge John McCormick spoke to me directly. He told me that he saw potential in me and believed I did not belong back in his courtroom. He asked me to promise him that I would never return and that I would do something positive with my life. I made that promise to Judge McCormick, and for the last 27 years, I have done everything in my power to keep it. I successfully completed 10 years of probation with no violations, no revocations, and no additional criminal behavior or police contact. At the completion of my probation officers and staff actually held a small congratulatory gathering because they explained to me how rare it was for someone to complete that amount of supervision successfully. I was also presented with a congratulatory letter from Judge McCormick himself, who had continued following my progress over the years. That meant a great deal to me because it reinforced the importance of the promise I made and the responsibility I had to continue moving forward in a positive direction. Since that time, I have focused my life on growth, stability, education, work, and community involvement. Over the years, I continued pursuing education, leadership, and service opportunities. I earned my associate's degree in business administration, completed culinary training, and obtained food safety and management certificates throughout the year. Professionally, I have held leadership positions in food and nutrition services, including supervisory and management roles within major hospital systems here in Milwaukee, as well as my current position with Milwaukee Public Schools. I have also worked to give back to my community by volunteering through church programs, mentoring youth through music instruction, and creating a community outreach effort focused on helping families with food, utilities, and basic support during difficult times. Recently, within the last month, I was offered a position as a food nutrition director, which is a major leadership opportunity and something I am very proud of. It represents trust, responsibility, and the progress I have made over the years. The reason I am seeking a pardon now is because I want the opportunity to continue growing professionally and personally without this felony continuing to limit opportunities in teaching, civic service, licensing, and community leadership. I just want to say that I am not the same 18-year-old I was who made that decision back in 1999. I have spent the last 27 years proving that through my actions, my work ethic, my service to others, and commitment to living responsibly.
Thank you,
Receiving
Mr. Ramos.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Sorry, did you want to finish?
I just had one last part. I was just going to say receiving this pardon would allow me to continue moving forward and fully pursue the goals that I have worked towards all of these years. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Hi, Cindy.
You muted yourself, Cindy.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to talk about the crime.
Yes.
You provided a rifle,
Yes.
and where did you get that?
Oh, yes, it was actually, it wasn't my rifle. It was a rifle that I actually found in the garage of the house we moved into. So it's been there years. So my mother finally made me go clean up the garage, and I finally decided to go do it. I actually found it in there.
Okay.
So that's
And
where
you
it came
provided it to the other people participating with you in this burglary,
Yes.
armed robbery. Okay.
Yes.
Can you talk about the impact? I mean, I'm often thinking about people working in a McDonald's late at
Yes.
night, young people cowering in a freezer. They don't know if the gun's loaded. They don't know what's going to happen to them. Can you talk about the impact of your crime on those people?
Oh, definitely. I hated when I read I believe it was the witness statements and things like that. I felt so sorry for them. And I try not to put into my statement today, trying to minimize my role in it, because I know for a fact that regardless of my role in that, it had an impact on them and changed their lives. I know people were scared. I know they were, like you said, they didn't know what was in there. Regardless, they didn't know that it wasn't loaded. They didn't know. They just know that they saw people come in a threatening fashion, and it changed their lives just like it changed, it impacted their lives and changed their lives. So I hate that had to happen.
Okay, thank you.
And there's something I would just add, just maybe 10 seconds or so, is that that I don't think I even put in there. But when the decision was made, I spoke to them at the time. I told them the impact of this. I say, hey, if this goes through, you're facing a lot of time. This is a lot of time that we're going to face. We need to think about this. So I always had the impact on my mind, and making sure that the gun wasn't usable and things like that. It weighed on me a lot. It weighed on me a lot.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. Ramos, the DA in Milwaukee reviewed your application for a pardon, and the district attorney's office supports your getting a pardon. How does that make you feel?
I feel wonderful to know that I have support, because it means that they took the time to read what I had to say and understand what I had to say, and I'm really excited about that.
Good. Now, this new job, is that with Milwaukee Public Schools?
This one will not be with Milwaukee Public Schools. This will be with a private school, high school actually, and it's for the director's position that they created based on my experience.
Well, you had a very interesting letter from one of your employees at Milwaukee Public Schools saying what a good boss you were.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
We don't get many letters like that.
I try to treat everybody fairly. I understand that everyone has different situations in their life, and I've always wanted to make sure that they knew that it wasn't just, hey, you do your job and whatever it is. I always try to be cordial to everyone. I try to treat everyone fairly.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you, Mr. Ramos. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you guys very much and for the questions.
Thank you. And next up, we'll have Ronnie Chow. Mr. Chow?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, good afternoon. My name is Ronnie Chow. I am 39 years old. I was born in Sacramento, California in 1987. In 2014, I was arrested and convicted on January 13, 2014 as a Class F felony for manufacture delivery of THC. During my sentence, I had time to reflect deeply. I realized that the path I was on was not only harmful to myself, but also to the people around me. I made a commitment then that once released, I would rebuild my life the right way. Since completing my sentence, I have kept that promise. I have stayed out of trouble, maintained steady employment, completed all required AODA classes. I have worked hard to build a stable, honest life. I am proud to say that in 2024, I was able to purchase my first home, which is a big milestone. I am proud of how far I have come and the man I have become. However, I have also learned that my past continues to create challenges today. One of the greatest hardship has been losing the ability to hunt. This is something that has always been meaningful to me and my family. My father is an avid hunter, and many days while I was incarcerated, I imagined what life would look like after release. Working, contributing to society, owning a home, raising children, and spending time with my dad doing what we love. I have been able to achieve most of those dreams except one. I cannot legally own a firearm to join my father in the tradition he hoped to pass down to me. I am asking for this pardon so I can participate in this family tradition, spend meaningful time with my father while I still can, and one day pass that tradition on to my own children. I hope you can see that I have taken responsibility for my past, that I have worked hard and become a contributing member of society, and that I am asking not only for forgiveness, but for the opportunity to fully redeem myself. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chow. Board members, any questions? Cindy?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chow. Two questions. In the application, one of the sections asks if you've had any other interactions with law enforcement, arrests, charges, and you checked the box no. But you have multiple misdemeanor operating after revocations, correct?
Right, yes. I thought that was meant for like felonies or and such, and I didn't know what it meant.
It says this includes arrests that did not lead to any charges, deferred judgments, criminal charges that were later dropped or dismissed, or instances when you have been the subject of criminal investigations. And you have, I think, 5 operating after revocations as recently as 2011. You have a misdemeanor disorderly conduct and bail jumping from 2008. What were the circumstances there?
Probably driving without a valid driver license.
Okay. Okay. My second question is applicants, as part of the process, are encouraged to submit letters of support for their application, and you chose not to submit any. Can you tell us why not?
I this is my first time doing everything, so I was kind of like going everything off the wall, kind of. I didn't think I was required. I know I was required to, but I was kind of mind boggled of after I sent it. So, maybe I should have, wrote a few letters to the DA and stuff, and get some support letters from families and friends. But
Well, I just say that those are quite helpful for us because you want us to see who the man you are today, not who you were back when you committed this offense. And getting letters from family and neighbors and employers or whoever is very helpful for the board to see that. So,
yeah, I'm truly sorry about that. I'm young and kind of just winging everything off my own, I guess, trying my best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Child. That's everything from us. I hope you enjoy your weekend and thank you for your time today.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jason Frey. Mr. Frey?
Hi there.
Hello.
My name is Jason Fry. I was convicted of possession of marijuana with intent to deliver in 1997. I pleaded no contest or guilty to that charge. At the time, I was also being charged with possession of paraphernalia and also a school handler because my house where I was charged was in between two schools. So it was kind of relevance of how close I was to those. That charge was dropped, the school enhancer for passing on the preliminary trial. So with my conviction, I received 3 years probation and then alcohol drug counseling, which I completed. I went through those 3 years without any issues. I would say that back in those days, I was a much different person than I am now. I ran with the wrong crowd. I was a daily user of marijuana, really going down the wrong path. And I would say that my conviction definitely helped me turn into a different person because, it got me away from that life and that group of people. Since then, I've met my wife. We have 2 beautiful children. We are a member of our church where we volunteer frequently. I volunteer for a ton of activities with sports with my children and also with our community as well. I'm a chair member on our community club and have been for 20 years. I guess a pardon would help me because the issues that I've had with coaching sports, every time that they go through background checks, which is a great system for the children's sports. It always pops up that I have, this felony on my record. So I've sat in front of, my fellow coaches, friends, community members, things like that, and explained my circumstances and how I got there. And they've been very accepting of that. The biggest hurdle to jump was a couple of years ago. They switched the company that did the background checks, and they have 0 tolerance for criminal history. So in the middle of season, I was shut down from coaching. Since then, our club has got me back into it where I can coach again, which is great. The other reason is I've been with the same company for 31 years. I went from working here part-time starting to becoming a co-owner of this company. I am now the VP. And we have some very high-end clients, and this felony charge on my record. My co-owners our biggest concern is our clients, finding out about this charge and making a character assessment without knowing about who I am personally. So it's in the best interest of my company, our company, and surely with youth sports as well. So.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. We'll open up to questions from the board. Board members? Eric.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us today. My understanding is that earlier this week you entered a no contest plea for an OWI first. Looks like that may have happened in November. Is there anything that you could tell the board about that situation?
Yes, obviously a very big mistake on my part. One of my colleagues had retired that day, and we had went out. We live in a very rural area, and I made a bad decision. Rather than getting a ride, I drove home from that and was picked up for the OWI on the way home.
All right, thank you.
Jerry, did you also have a question? Oh, you're on mute, Jerry.
The judge in Dane County who reviewed your application for a pardon supports your getting a pardon. How does that make you feel?
That means a lot to me. I feel like I've lived a very good life. I'm a much different person than I was when I committed the crime. And no longer like that person that I was back when I was 21 years old. That means a lot.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Cindy?
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Fry. So I want to talk a little bit about your statement and your application about the crime itself and the concern I had when I read it, because you spent a little bit of time talking about the girlfriend of a ex-girlfriend of a friend that was cheating or something and how she wanted to get revenge on you. And then you talk a little bit more about your lawyer giving you bad advice. And it comes across a little bit of you're the aggrieved party and everybody else is to blame. And so my direct question to you is, do you accept responsibility for this crime, that it was your responsibility?
I absolutely do. I guess with the story that I gave, there had to be something that led up to that moment. As I stated, I was a recreational drug user daily. I don't know if you consider that recreational or not. Not a drug dealer per se. In my mind, I guess between friends, we were getting marijuana for each other. But when I think drug dealer, I think of, the person that sits there and deals drugs. And I wasn't that person. This was the event that led up to a search warrant at my house and then the conviction. I take full responsibility for it. Like I said, I'm a different person than I was back then. I accept full responsibility.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Fry, just one from me. I want to follow up a little bit on the OWI that Eric asked you about. I
Yes.
see that you did AODA treatment after your first conviction. I know 1996 was a long time ago.
Yeah.
My question for you is, what are you doing now? Because I'm guessing that some of my board members share the concerns that I have, were for you to get your first OWI at this point in your life. We don't want to see this as the beginning of a pattern, whether or not you get a pardon. But I think that is a concern. So could you speak a little bit to how you plan to address that?
I completely understand. And I will go through another alcohol treatment with this. It's a requirement of my OWI to fulfill that within 1 year. A special circumstance, I guess, with this one. As noted, this was a colleague's retirement party. We were out celebrating and I just made a bad decision to drive that evening. As far as regular, I'm not a regular drinker in this matter. I'm not on the road all the time after drinking anything like that. I just made a bad decision that night.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Mr. Fry. I appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you for considering.
Thank you. Next up, we have Patrick Cummings. Mr. Cummings.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We don't have video quite yet. If you're able to turn that on.
Okay, I think we got it now.
There we are.
Okay. I'd like to thank you, government, excuse me, I'm a little bit befuddled here. Thank you, Governor Tony Evers and pardon board members for your time and consideration on my request. Court case number 94 CF 00070 pled guilty to 4 counts of receiving, concealing stolen property, which is a felony. I was sentenced to 3 months in county jail with Huber and good time, 4 years probation, sentencing date 8/31/94. I made regular payments to probation officer. I kept all appointments with probation agent. No infractions or violations during probation. All fees paid to state, restitution paid, completed and discharged 8/31/98. My sincere apologies to the victims of the crimes I participated in. I am truly sorry for my actions disrupted and affected innocent people's property and lives. 1993. In trouble with the law, my wife and 3-year-old son left. We lived apart for approximately 3 to 4 months. I moved out. There was a domestic abuse thing going on. I attended the perpetrator class and graduated. We reconciled in 1994. Entered AA and NA meetings 4 times a week. After 4 weeks, met a sponsor that I knew growing up. Kept going to meetings and working my program. I found out that drugs were easier to stop than alcohol was a bit harder, but I succeeded. My sponsor and I still communicate from time to time after 30 years. I've always had steady employment and still do at age 72. We got involved in a local church. I learned and played bass guitar in the praise team. I was asked to be a co-leader for the church youth group. Some of them I see from time to time, all grown up with their children. We now attend our son's church. I have a Class A CDL, which I got after conviction, with tanker and doubles, and a current FedMed card. I attended many work-related classes and seminars that had to do with my work. 2021, I suffered a stroke, recovered without impairment, passed all the tests for CDL and FedMed card, and had reinstatement of them. I'll jump to 2026. 30 plus years crime-free, drug and alcohol-free, marriage saved, 43 years and counting. Our son grew up, married, has a good job, 3 children, 8, 11, and 12 years old. They are growing up fast. We see them often. That's why we moved to Oshkosh. Both of our credit ratings are very good to excellent. We pay our bills and taxes on time. I have done my best at being a better person and improving myself since the felony conviction. I am proud that my wife and son, daughter-in-law, grandchildren do not see me as an alcoholic, substance abuser, or criminal. Just husband, dad, grandpa, and also a good citizen. I would like to be able, reasons for wanting a pardon. I would like to be able to serve on a jury. We now rent, and I see felons need not apply more and more on rental ads. My wife could possibly be affected and held back from moving due to my felony conviction. Eventually, she is going to need walk-in shower and grab bars and no stairs. I had an excellent truck driving job offered to run Canada dedicated route. Could not enter Canada with felony, job lost. I would like to see my pre-felony rights restored. Thank you for your time once again.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings. Before I open it up to questions from the board, I want to just touch on something you just referenced, which is serving on a jury. I believe that you are eligible to serve on a jury since you've completed your sentence and you're off paper. I would encourage you to look into that. You're certainly eligible to vote in Wisconsin once you've completed your entire sentence. So regardless of the outcome of today's hearing, I hope that you look into that.
I knew that I could vote, but I wasn't aware that I could be on a jury. I can be.
I can't give you legal advice, but generally the felony wouldn't be a part of that now that you've completed your sentence.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, board members, any questions for Mr. Cummings? Jerry.
Mr. Cummings, the district attorney in Winnebago County reviewed your application for a pardon, and they support your getting a pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does that support make you feel?
Well, it makes me feel acknowledged and recognized.
Good.
A pat on the back.
Good. Thank you.
For who I am now.
Cindy?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Cummings. Speaking of who you are now, one of the parts of the application, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support for their application. You submitted a letter dated 1994 from the group you were involved in and no other letters. Why did you not submit any other letters of support?
That's a hard question. There was an instance where My wife and I were driving down the street and the garage was on fire. And we got the people out of the house. And that was in like 1999 or 2000, somewhere in there. We got the people out of the house. And when I was applying for a pardon, I thought about going back to those people and asking for a letter. And then I thought, no, I was just being a good person, her and I. And I didn't see no cause to go back and ask for them to recognize me being a good person. I don't know. I just didn't do it. And that's an example. I know my probation officer wrote a letter to the judge, and Barb Stuckey had wrote a letter to the court.
To convert your sentence. That was when you were on probation.
It had to do with, I was in domestic abuse class. She was one of the people in it, the teachers.
Yeah.
And I went to her for personal counseling for about a year after I was sentenced.
Okay.
And she was involved with that, and she wrote a letter for me to get that good guy. But anybody that would know me now would not imagine who I used to be. So,
but that's the point, isn't it, sir? You're asking us to see who you are now, not who you were then.
That is the point.
Yeah. I have a follow-up question. We see a lot of youthful offenders, people who commit crimes when they're in their teens and early 20s, and you committed this crime when you were 38.
Right.
And it repeatedly involved getting stolen property, a 17-year-old stealing items and bringing them to you. Can you talk about your impact on that young person's life?
It probably didn't help him. I aided and abetted their behavior. And although I didn't steal things myself, I paid for them and made it lucrative for them to go out and do that.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it was not a good influence on a 17-year-old child.
Okay.
And I was when I was in the youth group, I had 14-year-olds and 13-year-olds, and I tried to steer them away from that type of thing, So I guess I'm not going to blame it on alcohol and drugs, but that had something to do with it.
Yeah.
And I don't think I'd do that now. In fact, I know I wouldn't do something like that now.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Cummings, I don't want to spend too much more time with you, but I just want to say it's unique to see someone talking about their domestic violence treatment program. And it sounds like you went on to do some personal counseling with that, the person who ran that group as well. Could you just very briefly comment on what you learned in that men's domestic abuse program, or something that you took away from it?
What I took away from it is that if I got to say something and not just be quiet and let it happen and let it build up. If I have a problem, I need to address it.
Thank you.
That's the one thing I took out of it.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, we appreciate your time with the board today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Kevin Ralph. Mr. Ralph.
Am I on?
We can hear you. We can't yet see you.
How do I get the picture?
We'll try
All right.
to hear you. There we go.
Hi, my name is Kevin Rolfe. I was convicted of burglary when I was 18 years old. and delivery of marijuana when I was 19 years old. I did a lot of stupid stuff when I was young. I finally listened to the judges and the lawyers and got my life back together. I had no criminal charges after I did those in the last 40 years. I've had 2 jobs my whole life, one for 15 years, one for 16 years, both good employers. Well, I left one to go to another one to make better money. Other than that, I'm not going to waste your time. I want to be able to hang out with my nephews, my grandchildren, and my children during gun camp for hunting. I mean, that's my main thing right now. Is my whole life, I've never been able to be a part of their lives in that aspect because of my felonies. So I'm just looking to be more involved with my family.
Thank you, Mr. Ralph. We'll open up to questions from the board. Board members? Mr. Ralph, just one from me. It looks like in 2010 you had an arrest for a domestic abuse incident. I saw it was dismissed. You weren't convicted of anything, but could you just tell us a little bit about what happened there?
I was separated from my wife for 3 months. On Father's Day of that year, my youngest son came over, told me that my wife had a new boyfriend. I went home. We got into an argument. I left. And they came and arrested me. They said that my daughter said I had a knife or something. I did not have a knife. I didn't have anything. And they basically arrested me. It was dismissed. We got divorced.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't want to get divorced. The internet does that to families.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ralph. Any other questions from the board? Okay, that covers it from us then. Thank you for your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Ernest Dunson. Mr. Dunson.
Why would I go into a bunch of bullshit if you're not going to give me a part?
Hi, I'm here for a 2004 conviction and a 2005 conviction. The first one is attempted robbery, threat of force, party to a crime. I was a junior in high school. Me and the guy I was with, we decided to rob somebody. So I told him to grab a knife out of the kitchen drawer. By the time we just went outside, drove around, we seen the first person, which was a guy. I pulled over. He got out the car. Once he got out the car, by the time I got out the car, he was on the ground. So I went and helped him up off the ground. We chased the guy for like 10 seconds, maybe a little longer. But once we couldn't catch him, we just ran off, got back in the car, and I got locked up for it. I got 2 years of probation, stayed sentenced, a 7-month jail condition, which I did Uber to try to graduate high school, basically. And then my 2005 conviction was driving without owner's consent. Me and another guy was riding around, joyriding, really doing nothing, honestly, just joyriding. And pretty much I was driving, the police pulled us over. I got out, I ran, got caught, and I got convicted and I got two and a half years in prison and 18 months extended supervision, ran consecutively. So I did 3 years in prison and 3.5 on extended supervision. Pretty much did it with no problems. But about 10, 11 years later, I did get in more trouble. I fell into substance abuse, which pretty much I got that 2016 for the possession. I did a extensive drug treatment program for a year, and they gave me a deferred prosecution, which pretty much dismissed the case. Then the following year, 2017, I had another possession case, which I got a year probation for. And after that, I've been pretty much straight and narrow. Did a little schooling. I didn't finish. Pretty much just been working, taking care of my daughter. Now I have two grandchildren. Both are girls. Pretty much just helping with my family for the most part. So since 2019, I've been working for the Milwaukee County Transit. I'm still at the same spot of now. To July will make it 7 years that I've been there. Brief summary of what you and pretty much that's pretty much what I've been doing. I just bought a home last year, September, and I'm seeking a pardon for pretty much I was 17 and 18 at the time. I'm now 39 years of age. I'll be 40 in December. And I pretty much, I got a lot of reasons, but the majority of the reasons is I just really want to see how I feel to have a chance at life, pretty much as a regular citizen. Even though I am living that way, I want to feel it. I want to be able to pretty much feel complete. I would like to go for my hazards and to get an endorsement on my CDL. And I know with what I have on my record, it kind of hindered me. And I went to go get my my passport in certain countries. It's hard to be able to get accepted in the country. So that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Open up to questions from the board. Does anyone have questions for Mr. Dunson? Jerry.
Mr. Dunson, you talk about in your application becoming a father when you were 17. How is your daughter doing these days?
She's doing pretty good. Like I said, she kind of followed in me and her mom's footsteps and kind of started early. So like I said, I do have two grandchildren as well, but she's doing pretty good. She, still need help from time to time. So I let them just come stay with me, but she's trying. She's doing good though.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Cindy?
Good afternoon, Mr. Dunson.
Good afternoon.
Observation, I was reading the criminal complaint in your packet, and the first offense, you were 17 years old, and when the police picked you up, the criminal complaint says you immediately apologized to the victim, and also to the police and your family. So even at 17, you immediately you recognize this was not what you wanted to do or what you should have done, and you had victim empathy. So I'm just wondering how, that insight so young that you knew that. Can you speak to that at all?
Well, honestly, just because it really wasn't me, and I really just really did something, and it was like, I know it was really stupid. So I just was like right away, like, I don't know what I was thinking, didn't even do it right, honestly. And I was really just like, I don't know what I was thinking. I was all the way out of my character and just did something that wasn't me, honestly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Hudson, just one from me. It looks like in 2017, you had a misdemeanor possession conviction. Can you just tell us a little bit about what's happening there?
Oh, well, I was on a highway, I think I was out in Kenosha and got pulled over, and pretty much I did have possessed drugs, and like I said, I did fall into substance abuse, and it was personal use, but they found it, and pretty much that's what I got a year probation for.
Okay. And so would you say that substance use was still a continuation from these crimes when you were younger? Have you made changes in your life since then? Can you tell us a little bit about...
Yeah. Well, no, I honestly wasn't really from childhood. It was just at the time I was going through some things, and I just used drugs as a coping mechanism. But yeah, I've been clean ever since. I don't know if I mentioned it, but I do work for Milwaukee County Transit, and since 2019, I did have to drug test to even get in, and they do randoms. I passed every one, so just pretty much going through something now that my life is pretty much going good. I pretty much stay away from everything, honestly. So that's pretty much what was going on at the time.
Thank you, Mr. Dunson.
Thank
Any other
you.
questions from the board? Okay, that covers from us. Appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. Next up, we have Tyler Vance. Mr. Vance?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can't see you. Are you able to turn on your video?
Yeah, it says, yeah, I'm gonna start my video. Yep. Sorry. So first off, I'd like to say thank you guys for doing this. There was a long period there where Wisconsin was doing no pardons. But you guys are doing it, and I think it's good, to give people second chances. I'm seeking a pardon for a burglary I did when I was younger. We broke into a bar, I believe in North Freedom, Wisconsin, at night during a snowstorm, and took alcohol, cigarettes, candy, money. I guess my reasoning for doing it, I wanted to feel cool with my friends, wanted the cigarettes, wanted the alcohol, wanted to be cool, wanted to be like a badass. I was born in Florida. We moved up to Wisconsin to Minocqua, Wisconsin, middle of 7th grade. It was kind of a culture shock for me. I started hanging out with, other influences and started getting in trouble. Young, they would put me in Lincoln Hills on the weekends. I still remember it. They would literally play. They would put us in there for all day. They let us out for an hour, and they would play 70s music over the like all day. No, nothing against 70s music, but it was a lot. And then we had a family restaurant in Minocqua, Spanx Italian restaurant. It burned down, because I worked there as a dishwasher for my family. And it burnt down without any insurance, because apparently it was a slow year and my dad didn't pay the insurance. We lost everything. Moved to Baraboo, Wisconsin, because my parents got jobs in Adele's. I continued with my trouble streak. Getting in trouble, getting in fights with kids. Just a delinquent youth. Then I stole a purse from which I don't even like telling anybody about. I can't even believe I did that. It's so shameful. I literally don't tell anybody about that. And I got arrested. And my parents got divorced before that. And my mom was trying to have me put in Lincoln Hills for a year, and my dad hired an attorney, and they had two options. They said I could stay in juvenile court, and they would put me in a year in Lincoln Hills, and then they would put me in a group home after, or I could waive myself into adult court and I could get out of jail right away and I'd have a year of probation. Well, I took that. I didn't realize what I was doing for myself, but I didn't want to go to Lincoln Hills because I was this young, and I went there before, and I don't even know if they're still open anymore. But then 3 months later, I broke into the bar. And I'm not saying they the state did give me multiple chances, and I just kept messing up. They sentenced me. They gave me a delayed sentence. Got in a fight at the skate park. It got revoked. Then I got resentenced, and it's funny. They one of the inmates was like, "You don't want to go to prison." He actually wrote this thing that I could send to the judge, and instead of the judge sending me to prison for a few years, the judge gave me a 6-year state and imposed sentence. Uh, and if it was revoked, I would do 4 years automatic in prison and then 2 years of parole. So I got out of Huber because I was going from Huber to high school. I believe my last year. I started training MMA, doing jujitsu, and my martial arts instructors were like my father figures. And I did that. I started, I lived at my martial arts instructors for a house. They helped me get my driver's license and all that. And then I got into working. I got my first concrete job. Both my parents ended up moving back to Florida. My dad talked me into moving back to Florida. I moved back to Florida. I started out at $10 an hour working concrete. I rode my bicycle every day to school to my Steve Taylor Concrete's house.
Mr. Vance, I don't want to cut you off, but I do want to make sure that we get to any questions the board has for you. So could you maybe wrap up your current comments and then speak briefly to why you're seeking a pardon, and then we'll open it up to other questions.
Okay, yeah, sorry. So I'm trying to seek a pardon because I don't want to have the stigma of having a felony. I live in a small town community in Montana, and it's that, I just had a son born like 2 weeks ago. I also have a daughter as well, and I'm trying. I have a concrete business, and I had somebody, like for example, I had somebody a couple weeks ago a contractor messaged me asking me if I could give him an estimate for concrete work on a military base. And it sounds like it would be a good project, but I don't even think I could do it because of my felony. It's just stuff like that. I had to get a bond for a job, and they asked me if I have a criminal record. They still gave it to me, but I don't want the stigma. I want to put it behind me. And I don't want to act like I'm entitled to a pardon. Like I did what I did. I did the crime. I own up to it. It was wrong what I did. And yeah, and I know that the DA didn't recommend the pardon, and because he said I didn't pay the restitution, which I have the email thread here. I didn't even really know I owed like $2,000 because they let me off probation, and I thought everything was paid, and I don't live in Wisconsin anymore. But I talked to an attorney that was doing so I talked to an attorney about maybe helping me file the paperwork, and they told me, well, the first thing you have to do is pay your restitution off. So I chose to, instead of paying the attorney because it was a lot of money, I decided to pay the restitution and to file the paperwork myself. And I went to pay. I put in my bank account information, and I paid on the Wisconsin website, and it showed like it went through. And then I sent the application to the attorney, and apparently the payment didn't go through. And I have screenshots of it. It didn't, of it showing like it did. And he said, oh, it didn't show it as goes through. So I contacted him. I immediately paid. I actually accidentally double paid, so I ended up paying like $5,000. Wisconsin had to send me $2,500 back. I asked the DA if he could maybe rewrite to say that, tell you guys that I did pay it. He basically said that respectfully, but I'm not going to add in any additional paperwork.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
So-
Vance. We'll open up to other questions the board may have for you. Board members, any questions? Okay, I think you covered everything then. Thank you, Mr. Vance. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Yeah, you guys have a good one.
Thank you. Next up, we have Daniel Carter. Mr. Carter.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. We don't have video working quite yet. Are you able to turn that on? There we go.
Hi. Hi, I'm Daniel Carter. I am here today to get a pardon in regards to a couple of crimes I committed when I was young. One was delivery, cocaine with intent to delivery, cocaine substance. This was back when I was 19. And then 3 years later, in the same neighborhood, I decided to sell to, by the way, the first one was a service to undercover. And so a few years later, I think when I was like 23, I decided to sell drugs to another undercover in the same neighborhood. So I was, as you can see, I was very, I don't want to say very stupid. I was just making wrong decisions there. And I just decided to, sell drugs, not realizing, I'm thinking that, by selling drugs that I can feed my family and I thought that everything would be okay, but I didn't realize by selling drugs, I was hurting myself, I was hurting the community, my family, I was putting my family at risk. And it was just a terrible life to live, a lifestyle to live. I'm glad I'm over that. I'm ready to move forward. I did my crime. I did my time. I paid my debts to society. And just ready to just move forward and put all this behind me. The reason why I am seeking a pardon because I am a owner operator. I drive semi trucks. I see there was a lot of truckers on this Zoom meeting today, and I was happy to hear that. But some of the hurdles I've been having as far as me having my valid CDL and me owning my own truck and trailer and being an owner operator was some of the things I was going through was like the freight. I normally dealt with like freight brokers who they didn't allow you to haul certain freights because I had a felony on my name. It didn't feel too good. I was not able to really get my business, which I just started, up and off like I wanted to because I was denied so many high quality freights that I could have been making some good money. Also wanted to do freights that was coming into Canada and leaving Canada. I'm not able to get those freight as well. And also a goal of mine was to get my hazmats eventually. And I'm still trying to do that. Trucking is my passion. I'm sorry, I don't have a clock right here, but I'm just going to imagine there's a clock right here. I want to, but I've been doing trucking for almost 20 years. I have a passion for it, and I hope that you all will take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Trying to unmute. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Carter. A couple of questions.
Okay.
You have a 2011 federal conspiracy to distribute a controlled substance conviction?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you did 5 years in federal prison and 5 years extended supervision you completed in 2010?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
That seemed right. Okay. So my question is, on the application in question number 4, it asked you to list any crimes, including federal crimes, and you left that off. Is there a reason you didn't report that on your application?
No, that should be on there, ma'am.
Is it? Did I miss it? Okay, maybe I missed it.
Yeah, it's
Let me, oh yeah, I see it. I see it. My error, Ms. Carter, I see it. Okay. In number 11 on your application, you say since my last conviction in Wisconsin jurisdiction. Is there a reason you phrased it that way?
I guess I was trying to be fancy.
You know what I'm asking? We all know you reported the conviction. We all know you have the conviction. So then it was like, why are you saying it that way?
Yeah, you know what? Good question. I don't know why I said that like that. I guess what I was trying to say, because on a federal level, I guess they call it like jurisdictional because it's like on a whole nother level, I guess. I was trying to explain it like that, but I guess it didn't end up going well like that. But I apologize if there's any confusion there.
No, I just wanted to have that conversation with you because it just caught my eye. So as far as I can see, you've completed all your sentences in 2010. Do we agree on that?
Yes.
Federal and state.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to be sure I was clear on that. Okay. And then in 2011, it looks like you had a temporary restraining order for harassment granted for 4 years. Can you tell us anything about that situation?
Well, that was involving a nice female I had met, and there was a baby involved. I took well care of her while she was pregnant, and I guess I just felt, and I was struggling with entitlement issues, thinking that if I took care of her, that but yeah. So it was a bad decision. She ended up having the baby, and I got upset and was threatening her, and she didn't feel comfortable. So she got a restraining order on me. So it was a poor decision, a bad decision I made, and I really regret it.
Okay. Do you have contact with that person still?
No, but I did see her, I believe. We was in the store. We didn't say nothing to each other. We just sort of looked at each other and just kept walking. But it would have been nice to see the baby, because I haven't seen the baby since I never got a chance to see the baby. So, but yeah, we just walked past each other, and that was that.
That might be for the best.
Yes.
My last question for you. In the second case, the cocaine to the undercover in 2004, when you were 24, you took the case to a jury trial, which is your absolute right.
Mm-hmm.
So my question to you is, when did you start accepting responsibility for that crime? When did you?
Yeah, it was up until that moment. Like I was taking programs, and I learned about how to deal with my thinking patterns and how my thinking creates like these emotions, and then my emotions have like these reactions to it. And I just decided to just think about, that, and I got, I know I was struggling with blaming others, thinking that, I knew everything, and I had to just humble myself, and to stop blaming everybody, because there's nobody doing this to myself but me, and I had to come to grounds with that.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Other questions from the board? Jerry?
I just want to be clear on the timeline of your federal conviction. My notes say that you were convicted in 2011 and completed the extended supervision in 2020. Is that right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, that the notes say, your disclosure says that in 2011, you were convicted of federal conspiracy to distribute controlled substance. The case number is 2011 CR 191. You got 5 years confinement and 5 years extended supervision.
Yes.
And you completed that on January 25th, 2020.
Yes.
So you've been off paper for a little more than 6 years.
Yes, yes. The judge in that case, I put in for a early release, and the judge did grant it to me.
Okay, so that's the timeline we're talking about here.
Right, right. I'm sorry. I should have said discharge because he gave me early release from discharge from papers.
Okay, good. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Carter, just one from me. I know you talked about the 2011 restraining order, but I don't think I heard you talk about the 2001 or 2002 domestic violence instance. It looks like there was a TRO granted, temporary restraining order granted against you in each of those cases. Can you talk a little bit about what was happening there?
Yep. So that was my first baby mom. By the way, I have 4 kids. They all grown now. And again, it was one of those situations where, you know, I was just making poor decisions. I don't want to blame it on the age because I was young, but I think it had more to do with the way I was thinking, blaming others, struggling with just various of things, you know, and so. But since then, we have, me and Mom, we most definitely, we talk, not all the time. Obviously, we have 2 kids together. The kids are grown, they're doing well. And me and the Mom talk often, and we get along just fine. And I think she have long forgave me. And, and again, it was a poor decision. And it was a bad decision, and I really regret it. And I apologize to all the victims, but in regard, as opposed to, I'm sorry, negating the Kia, because we just seen each other in the store, and I never had a chance to really just talk to her about that. So I'm sorry for having a long-winded answer there.
Thank you. That covers it for me. Any other questions from the board? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Carter. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too. Thank you, panel. Thank you.
Next up, we have our last applicant of the afternoon, which is Jer Lohr. Mr. Lohr.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
We can. Thank you.
You guys see me?
We can. Yes.
Okay, awesome. First of all, I just want to say thank you to the Pardon Advisory Board and Governor Evers for the opportunity to present my pardon request. My name is Jer Lohr. I am seeking a pardon for 2 separate cases back in October of 1994. At the age of 16, I was waived into adult court. I'll explain the first case. The first case involves 2 second-degree reckless endangering safety and a couple of misdemeanors. The first case was involved me firing gunshots into the back trunk of a vehicle. At that time, my cousin and another teenager had an interest in the same girl, and they decided that they wanted to fight it out at a park. The first fight broke out, and it was stopped because the other groups took out a baseball bat and chased after my cousin. At that time, I took out the gun, I chased after him, and he ran into the vehicle. I chased him into the vehicle and showed him that I had the gun. That first fight stopped because we were kind of all arguing that there's a baseball bat and a gun involved. So that fight stopped. After the argument, they decided to fight again. And as the second fight erupted, the teenager took out the baseball bat and he hit my cousin in the head. And so when my cousin fell over, at that time, without thinking, I reacted and I recklessly fired the shots right into the back trunk of the vehicle that was nearby, where the fight occurred. The fight stopped immediately. We did go ahead and help my cousin into the car. Everybody got into the car, and then everyone left. I do understand that I could have caused serious injury at that time. I could have killed someone that night as well. Everybody was in danger, including myself. I'm just thank goodness that no one was hurt from my reckless reaction. I should have never been there in the first place. Also, I should have never accepted that gun when we got to the park. I know that I caused a lot of fear and traumatized everyone there. So I do want to apologize to the community, everyone there, to the parents as well. Having my own children now, hearing about shooting or anything at all around that. It puts so much fear, into our mind. As for the second case, it is for operating motor vehicle without owner's consent. A couple of days after the first incident, we were on the run, and so we had stolen a vehicle. So that was a second charge for the second case. I never had the chance to apologize to that person because I don't know who that person was. I understand that. I probably put them through a lot of financial burden, stress. They probably couldn't go to school or go to work. I took something that was very valuable to them at that time. So I do apologize for that. During sentencing, I was waived into adult court at the age of 16. And I was initially sentenced to 9 months and in the county jail and 3 years probation. I was released to halfway house at that time. However, a few days after that, I made poor decision after poor decision. I walked away from the halfway house. And at that time, my probation was revocated. At that time, I had no motivation, no plans, what to do with my life. No guidance. I was lost, being young and stupid. Upon my revocation, I was sentenced to 5 years and 9 months in Department of Corrections. During my time in the corrections, I completed my HSCD, anger management class, woodworking, workshop course. I also started my first job as a maintenance in Kettle Moraine Correctional Facility. And then also, prior to my release from DOC, I was granted a work release, which I then worked in the city of Madison while I was at the Oregon Correctional Facility. I was also released early on parole with good behavior. I completed my parole and paid all restitutions and court costs. Upon my release from DOC, I continued to work at the job while I was incarcerated. I married my wife, and we had 3 beautiful children. My oldest graduated from UW-Madison in finance, and he's currently working with the financial firm in Madison. Also, I completed my technical college and earned two associate's degree in IT back in 2005. I currently work for a MIT consulting company, and I've been actually working in that field since I graduated. As for activities and community involvement, my wife works in the cancer department. So we do a lot of volunteers with, Relay for Life, public health education for Southeast Asians. We do also activities like drag and race, volunteers, fundraising. Also, we are active in the Hmong community culture, like funerals, weddings. I also coached football and volleyball as well for kids and young adults. We also sponsorship them for events expenses. Along with the Hmong New Year's and the Summer Freedom Festival, we help volunteer, clean up garbage. We also run the sports for them as well. We also do on the side like egg roll fundraising for people who are in need as well. The third question is why I should receive a pardon. Initially, my priority was my advancement in career. I work in the IT field, so I was looking to go into security and cybersecurity along with other engineer positions. However, in my company, we have some clients that are, needs background check. We also have clients that have like Department of Police, government, and those clients, I cannot work with those clients without passing that background check. So I can't get into that security field. That is something that is a high priority for me. However, that became a second priority. My first priority at this moment is my immigration case. We came to the United States in 1980 because of the war, and so my father was involved in the war. He was a major, helped to assist the United States, and unfortunately, he did not make it. However, my mom, my siblings, we all made it. My brothers and my mom, they all became U.S. citizens. However, at the age of 16, I cannot become a U.S. citizen. And then with the crime that I have, I can no longer become a U.S. citizen. So that is one of my highest priority at the moment. Even till this day, we're afraid to go outside. And I just don't want my family to kind of see what, I did something 30 something years ago to affect my kids, my wife. In my closing argument here, I apologize. During my younger years, I made poor decisions, serious and dangerous decisions. The saying goes that it takes a village to raise a child. And I can tell you that I was that child. But through the Department of Corrections, my family, my friend, and the community, they all helped me through. And I just hope that your partner advisory board and Governor Evers, hopefully you guys see me who I am today, and you would consider my request. And I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laura. Questions from the board? Jerry.
Sure. A few quick questions. When you and your mother and your siblings came to the United States, where did you come to first?
We came to we came to Minneapolis,
okay,
Minnesota,
thanks.
In 1980.
Right. And when you were waived, the first prison you went to was Kettle Moraine?
So when I was waived into the court, I went to Dodge Correctional for receiving.
Yeah.
And then I was in at the time I was in they moved us to the county jail for kind of a holdup because of the population.
Right.
And then I did go to Kettle Moraine, which is the medium.
Right.
Yes.
And so you were like 17 when you went to Kettle Moraine?
Yeah, I was about 17. I know that I couldn't even get my HSCD because I wasn't 18 yet. So I had to wait, finish my last class after I turned 18.
Okay. And I just want to thank you for including in your application, it was very long and very thorough, the letter from the lawyer explaining your status vis-a-vis your permanent residency requirement. So thank you. It was very helpful to have that information.
Yes,
so
and I thank you for taking the time to reading that too.
Cindy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lohr. Thank you for submitting so many letters of support. As you've heard me ask other applicants when they're not submitted, it leaves us feeling a little short of information. So it's very helpful to have so many people in your family and your community write about the person you are today. So, but I want to ask one clarification from you.
Sure.
Am I correct when I look at, you have 3 separate crimes and that they occurred within a 18-day period?
Yes. So as you noticed, the crime in Madison actually happened prior to the first case there. So it was that criminal damage to property.
Right.
We broke into their car because we wanted to steal a radio stereo something. However, that was in the juvenile case. And so, I got it waived into the adult course later on. Madison, Dane County actually then filed that as well. And then they also then waived me to adult court at that time as well. So,
Okay.
but
So
it
looks
was
like-
prior to.
Yeah, so the misdemeanor criminal damage was, the crime occurred on October
Yes.
2nd, 1994. The second degree recklessly endangering safety was October 10th, 1994, and the fleeing was October 20th. So in
that is
18
correct.
days,
Yeah, that is
that's the
correct.
extent of your criminal history.
Yes, at that time, yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Lohr. I think that's everything from us then. Appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend. Oh, and I'm sorry, I see we have your attorney.
I'm just going to say thank you for reviewing his application and listening to him today. I purposely was silenced because it's really about him talking and not me. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
And Mel.
Jerry, yeah.
Mr. Lohr, the judge in Eau Claire County supports your application for a pardon. How does that support make you feel?
It makes it gives my family hope. And I thank you. I thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, we'll wish you a good weekend, Mr. Lohr, and appreciate your time with the board today.
Okay, thank you guys. Have a great one.
Thank you. Mr. Lohr was our last applicant of the afternoon session, so at this point, I will entertain a motion to move into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub A sub D and sub F for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases before the board, considering specific applications and considering financial, medical, social, and or personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion? Anthony, second from Cindy. All in favor? Aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries, and board members will ask for just a moment to stop our live stream.